Sorry, Mayor.
No worries. Councillor Sakat.
Madam Clerk.
Also, item 15A, purchase and sale of 25 Raleigh Street in Chatham. This has also been pulled from the agenda as there's no report provided. So just those two changes, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Disclosures of pecuniary interest, direct or indirect, for open session agenda items and the general nature thereof. Hearing none, we'll go to deputations, item 8.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This evening we have 7 deputations. The clerk's office will alternate and read through them. The first one is from Louis Rush and Jay Cunningham for the Kent Federation of Agriculture and the Ontario Federation of Agriculture. Building permit fees as set out by the province of Ontario. The Ontario Building Code Act states the total amount of fees authorized must not exceed the anticipated reasonable cost of principal authority to administer and enforce this act in its area of jurisdiction. In the process of reviewing building permit fees with municipal staff, it was stated that if there was a slump in building permit fees in the future, they needed to build up a contingency fund so that no one would be laid off. What the building code says is that the fund can be used for cost recovery and not to be used as a revenue stream. It is intended to be used to attract housing, industry, and agriculture to build a stable tax base. This forms the circle of growth for the municipality to attract all types of business and industry to maintain growth and retain our youth for Chatham-Kent's continual prosperity and growth. Here are some examples of what recently got the Ontario Federation of Agriculture and Kent Federation of Agriculture involved. A permit fee of $23,000 for a new hog barn was charged compared to a neighboring municipality which fees was $550 for a comparable building permit. Then our municipality had 2 identical broiler barns about 10 miles apart as the crow flies in Chatham-Kent. One permit cost was around $2,000 and the second was over $7,000. The engineered blueprints stamped by an engineer cost $5,000. The engineering firm carries all the liability if anything goes wrong now or in the future for its structural integrity of the building. The municipal building permit has no liability associated with construction. The building inspector makes a couple of visits to the site during construction. With their visits and administration fees, the cost of the building permit at $23,000 is almost 5 times that of the engineering company who carries the liability. The OFA and KFA do not feel it is too much to ask for a financial breakdown of the costs associated with the building department for all building permits and administrative costs towards the municipality. High permit fees and a lack of transparency do not invite growth. A clean process and attractive fee structure would be an important asset in the toolbox used to attract growth and a growing tax base. A councillor, when made aware of this discrepancy, asked for these permits to review them. They were told the permits could not be found. Since then, one of them has been found. A building permit for agricultural structures should have a tab connected to the permit application for what is required for permit fees. Many costs, such as engineering fees, site preparation, equipment, etc., are not to be included. The OFA and KFA have asked for this to be implemented in Chatham-Kent over a year ago. It has not happened, so we are asking for this in writing for all permit applications. A clean process and attractive fee structure would be an important asset in the toolbox used to attract growth and a growing tax base. As it stands, many are led to believe it's the total cost from start to finish. Remember, farmers in general apply once or twice in a lifetime for a building permit. We are not structural or housing building professionals. For staff to say we are not the highest or the lowest cost for municipal building permit fees, we are taking an average, and that is what we are going with. A clean process and attractive fee structure would be an important asset in a toolbox used to attract growth and a growing tax base. It is totally unacceptable without showing cost recovery. From an agricultural point of view, the municipality abide by cost recovery for building permits as set out by the province of Ontario. The permit fee of cost recovery for salaries and administration should be transparent to the taxpayer of Chatham-Kent. The Kent Federation of Agriculture and the Ontario Federation of Agriculture are requesting Council refer this report back to administration, asking for more detailed information on how building permit fees are applied and how much the contingency percentage is. Here, Louis Rush and Jay Cunningham.
The next deputation is from Ben Sirokis. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and honorable members of council. I wish to address you regarding the agenda item, chickens in urban areas. In recent years, Chatham-Kent citizens have become more interested in ways to be more sustainable, reduce waste, and know where their food is coming from. This leads to a desire to be self-reliant. Given current events, self-reliance has taken on a whole new level of importance. At my home, self-reliance means growing more of our own food, collecting rainwater in the garden in an environmentally friendly way, and preserving ways we grow to minimize waste. The next step I hope to take is to keep a small number of backyard chickens to improve our self-reliance and enhance our gardening. For this, chickens will 1. Produce eggs daily for my household. 2. Eat backyard pests that attack us and our garden, reducing the need to spray pesticides. 3. Eat our kitchen scraps and give us better compost to grow more food. I feel that keeping a small number of chickens falls within the same level of responsibility as keeping a dog in an urban setting. I say this not to be contentious, but to give a comparison when considering how it can impact our neighborhood. We must give chickens a safe and secure place to live so that they stay contained on our property. We must keep their living area clean for their health and to avoid smell. Chickens are very quiet, especially when compared to a barking dog. I'm confident that there will be no noise issues with a small number of chickens and no roosters. My intent with keeping backyard chickens would be to care for them with the same love and respect as a family pet. That being said, there is always a risk that others will not show the same level of love and respect for their animals. Animal care and control should be the department called upon to respond to any complaints. CK-specific educational material should be made accessible for anyone interested in keeping backyard chickens. A small registration fee would seem reasonable to offset any potential costs with creating educational materials and with enforcement. In closing, I know I'm not alone in wanting to keep chickens on my property. Urban agriculture is a trend that is gaining popularity, and what better place to embrace the trend of urban agriculture than Chatham-Kent? I hope that this request can be looked upon as a way to enrich our lives as Chatham-Kent citizens and make this an even more attractive place to live. Thank you, Ben Sirokis.
The next deputation is by Alcida Texera, to whom it may concern. This email is to affirm my vote of no regarding the motion to allow raising chickens in residential backyards within the City of Chatham. This zoning motion is not appropriate for city living or for those who wish to keep their residential areas clean and free from farm animal odors and litter. Anyone who wishes to raise chickens or any other farm animals in their backyard is suggested to move into a rural community or farming area where there is sufficient freedom for animals and birds to roam. I am speaking on behalf of the majority of people who live in and around my street. I'm sure if there was more public knowledge concerning this issue, most would agree with me as well. The fact that this is even being discussed is considered in our municipality is ridiculous. Alcida Texera, resident of Chatham-Kent.
The next deputation is with regards to item 14A, motion of Councillor Oche, chickens in urban areas, from JP and Barbara Marchand, regarding allowing chickens in backyards. As we at this time cannot attend the meeting, we would like to express our concern about allowing chickens in the backyards. Neither my husband or myself are in favor of this issue being passed through. Our concern is the smell and noise that it would create for the dwellings in the city. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to state our concerns. JP and Barbara Marchand.
The next deputation is with regard to item 12C, the motion by Councillor Harrigan. And this is from Philip Mock, Project Coordinator, CK Prosperity Roundtable. Dear Chatham-Kent Municipal Council, thank you, Mr. Mayor, for the opportunity to address yourself and council regarding Councillor Harrigan's motion on the human, social, and community aspects of COVID-19. For those who are unfamiliar with our organization, the CK Prosperity Roundtable works with people, communities, and leaders from across Chatham-Kent to find local, win-win, quick-fix solutions for long-term poverty reduction and community change. We do not provide direct services, but we do provide solutions and opportunities to help people navigate out of poverty. Through boots on the ground work, we empower people struggling in our community, building communities up, including local businesses, and break down roadblocks to help everyone thrive across Chatham-Kent. COVID-19 has irrevocably impacted our community. Since March, individuals, couples, and families have faced challenges never anticipated, such as having to access social services and financial supports for the first time, housing instability, food insecurity, transportation issues, and lack of access to childcare. As federal and provincial support programs cease without a parallel local plan to support effective social recovery, it should be clear that many are or are about to fall off a parapet. The work done to date increased collaboration and communication between the nonprofits to support our most vulnerable citizens. However, this motion provides an opportunity to think and act differently than we have been over the past 4 months. The time is now to switch from meeting emergency needs to ensuring our community can get back on its feet and everyone can thrive. This means our community should be bold enough to seek proactive solutions to prevent emergencies and pursue new opportunities to ensure everyone is prepared and supported to navigate a new normal. Council and Economic Recovery Task Force have provided this leadership to ensure local businesses are ready to be able to reopen and revitalize. I commend Council, Economic Development, and especially local businesses for developing a plan that supports a proactive and solution-oriented approach to economic recovery. Through this motion, we hope Council can learn more about the social impacts of COVID-19 and balance this perspective with the learnings from the Economic Recovery Task Force. Further, we hope that Chatham-Kent citizens can be the leaders of this work, defining the solutions and recommendations to Council similar to the design of the Economic Recovery Task Force. I want to stress that this is an opportunity to see greater collaboration between citizens and local communities across Chatham-Kent, the business sector, the municipality, and social services so that everyone wins as we navigate our way through the new normal. Looking towards recovery, the Chatham-Kent Prosperity Roundtable hopes the following questions will be considered when addressing social recovery. How does Chatham-Kent proactively work to increase financial and social sustainability amongst its citizens? How does Chatham-Kent bridge the gap between social recovery and economic growth? How does Chatham-Kent support citizens across our community to find, access, and safely return to employment? How does Chatham-Kent reduce barriers to accessing social services, especially in communities outside Chatham-Kent? How does the nonprofit sector innovate and reimagine their work to meet the diverse and new needs of our citizens? How does Chatham-Kent stay focused on solutions? How does Chatham-Kent ensure this work will be led by CK citizens? I think we can all agree that no one should be left behind, that everyone and every community should and can thrive out of this pandemic. Let's find new solutions to a new normal together. Thank you for the opportunity to share our perspective on social recovery. We look forward to engaging further and supporting this process. Philip Mock, Project Coordinator, CK Prosperity Roundtable.
The next deputation is in support of item 12C on tonight's agenda regarding the human, social, and community impacts of COVID-19. Hello, my name is Steve Pratt, and I currently serve as the CEO of United Way of Chatham-Kent. Recognizing very early on that COVID-19 was going to present challenges to how our community works to support our most vulnerable, it was clear the problems were going to be greater than what any one single person, government, business, or organization would be able to overcome on their own. United Way worked quickly to bring together government, community organizations, businesses, and philanthropists with the blessing of Mayor Caniff and Dr. David Colby to help support our community's most vulnerable in an effort to keep folks healthy, connected, and out of the hospital. United Way has worked closely alongside our community partners and has established a process that includes a co-investor roundtable consisting of United Way of Chatham-Kent, the Chatham-Kent Community Foundation, the Canadian Red Cross, key members of municipal administration, local businesses, and philanthropists who have been charged with stewarding funds to assist with the emergency human and social service response to the pandemic. To inform those decisions, it was clear that having a way to get a reading of our community's vital signs was going to be important. We needed to understand how our human and social service support systems have been impacted as a result of COVID-19, what needs were being asked of them, what needs they were able to meet or not, and what would need to be in place to be able to begin meeting those needs. In our efforts to establish a clear view from the front lines, we have been meeting with over 60 human and social service organizations, as well as representatives from public health, employment and social services, and police, involving well over 100 individuals in an attempt to gain a bit of a weather report, if you will, as in, should we be packing sunscreen or bringing an umbrella? This has been established in an effort to shift our community's response from a push-driven market, management by firefighting, to a pull-driven market, management by site. Over the past 16 weeks, weekly discussions have addressed emergency needs in the areas of homelessness, child and family violence, poverty, mental health and addictions, services for seniors, Indigenous issues, services for youth, food security, etc. As of tonight's meeting, $1,012,546.74 has been directly invested as a result of this process in support of 61 human and social organizations consisting of 73 programs and services to assist in helping to keep our community's most vulnerable healthy, connected, and out of the hospital. Funding to support this initiative to date have come in from many sources, including United Way of Chatham-Kent, Chatham-Kent Community Foundation, Red Cross Canada, the New Horizons for Seniors, and the Emergency Community Support Fund through the Government of Canada, the Social Services Relief Fund through the Government of Ontario, the May 16th Miracle, and the Ontario Student Nutrition Program. In addition, donations were received from over 130 local businesses towards the Local Love in a Global Crisis Fund, alongside local philanthropic individuals and families who also contributed to the fund in support of helping our community's most vulnerable during this difficult time. Such activities include a program helping to support youth that were identified as being highly dependent on the student nutrition program to ensure those families were connected with food. Food and medication delivery for seniors needing to self-isolate, enhanced and free mental health counseling sessions for seniors, virtual backyard camps for kids coordinated and delivered in partnership with many local youth serving organizations, modified transportation supports for those needing to access cancer treatments, coordinated food access with an understanding that projections are currently indicating the number of residents experiencing food insecurity is expected to double by fall 2020. There is much more to share that would extend well beyond what a 5-minute deputation will allow. To help keep the community informed on what's been happening locally, there has been a series of 3 p.m. Local Love in a Global Crisis talks happening with Your TV. in addition to sharing out messages on social media and sending out media releases with any major updates. In an effort to keep things simple for individuals, families, and organizations to connect with help in their local community, ckgives.ca was launched as a microsite on March 18, 2020, and since has over 200,000 visits to the site. More information can be found on ckgives.ca that outlines in further detail how our community has been responding to human and social service needs to date. Contained in this deputation is an infographic of the process we've been following with the 3-tier investment strategy based on a social stabilization framework. To date, most of the conversation has been around tiers 1 and 2, response and stabilization, and we are now starting to shift into tier 3 level discussions around recovery. The point is, the human and social service problems COVID-19 have presented are big, really big, and we need as many folks working together towards developing shared solutions as possible while ensuring they are closely linked and connected with economic recovery efforts. I strongly encourage you to vote in favor of the motion before you this evening, as this really is an all-hands-on-deck type of situation, and support to expand current capacity, skills, and expertise would be most welcomed. On June 25, 2020, the Community Foundations of Canada and United Way Centraide Canada have collaborated with the Future of Good on helping communities to #BuildBackBetter. This effort will be helping to provide a framework as communities across Canada come together to ask critical questions around how people have been impacted by COVID-19 and how we can come together to ensure no one is left behind. I have attached a copy of the release for your information to this deputation. Thank you, Steve Pratt.
And the last deputation is on item 9G, Small Business Recovery Grant Criteria. It is from Gail Hunt, President and CEO of the Chatham-Kent Chamber of Commerce. Dear Mayor and Council, with respect to the eligibility of Chatham-Kent Small Business Recovery Grant Program applications, please note concern to ineligibility for funding should the applicant be recipient of other government relief or supports. Given that higher levels of government continue to amend thresholds to be more inclusive and that a 10% wage subsidy can be considered as relief, this could be a deterrent to applicants that in end received minimal relief. As applications are accepted, it is hoped that Council continue foresight for small business and entrepreneurs to find the means of inclusion. Gail Hunt.
Okay, we'll go to the consent agenda, and the items be approved as presented at 9A, 9E, 10B, 10C, 10D, and 11C. Councillor Hall and Councillor Crew, can I get the two of you to put on the floor, please?
Yes, I'll move that, Mayor Canada.
I'll second it.
Okay, any other items or any of these items, the last call for speaking to them? If not, anyone opposed to this? Sorry, we need to vote.
A few more votes required. Okay, all votes are in. Motion passes.
Okay, we'll move into item 9B. Project and difficulty status update, Laborview Cooperative Homes. Councillor Latimer and Councillor Ochier, can I get the two of you to put on the floor, please?
Sure, I'll move that.
I'll second that.
And Councillor Latimer, you had a question?
I did, thank you, through the mayor. Shelley, could you just quickly, in layman's terms, please coin the problem with Laborview and Wolfsburg Kinsman Court, which I think will lead right into my concern with your report on results of the EOA analysis. I really had a lot of trouble with that report, and I know it's later on in the agenda, but I'm hoping through your presentation that it's kind of it's put in, I guess, very clear layman's terms, because I'm concerned about voting for the recommendations, because I'm not really sure I understand what the ramifications are.
Shelley, we can't hear you.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Sorry, I was muted. So I want to respond by saying, first of all, that the two reports on the consent agenda are in fact information reports. So there's no recommendations to be voted on for those two. But I do understand your concern, Councillor Latimer, in terms of them tying in with the EOA report that is on the agenda tonight. I will be doing a presentation to council on that hopefully will explain it. It is a complicated subject, I admit, because there are a lot of different items that affect it, but it's not necessarily tied into the two reports as far as the projects in difficulty. In terms of why they are projects in difficulty, they're for two different reasons. Kinsman Court, when it was transferred to us, it was already in a project in difficulty status as determined by CMHC, which was its former operating agreement that they had was with the federal government. Basically, the Wellsburg Kinsman Court has had a long row in terms of getting itself out of a deficit situation. And now that they've achieved that, they were experiencing some governance issues. Under the legislation for business corporations, they're required to meet at least 4 times a year and to hold an annual general membership meeting, and they've not done that in the last year. So I could not, at this point in time, suggest that they be removed from the project in difficulty status. Normally, what we like to see is that a board is able to either break even or maintain a surplus for at least 2 years before we lift this, if that was the only concern. And until recently, that really was the main concern, because they had managed to achieve all the directions that we had set out in an operational review, but now they're experiencing some governance issues. So your new Director of Housing Services will review that in the future. And if they're able to maintain a accumulated surplus for a couple of years and they're not experiencing governance issues, then I'm sure he'll be back to advise that he's lifting the project in difficulty status. With respect to Labor Review Co-op, it was a similar type of thing, although it was the municipality that issued the triggering notice under the Social Housing Reform Act. This group has been a project in difficulty for quite some time. They struggled to meet the directions that were issued by the municipality. You should know that we only issue directions if there's legislation that they're not abiding by. And so it wasn't a case of best practice. It was that you have to do this because it's legislated. And it took some time for them to meet those. However, they continue to have a underfunded capital reserve fund, and they are in a deficit situation. What happens with co-ops quite often is because they are operated by their residents who form the board, quite often they will not vote in favor of rent increases, which gets them into financial difficulty. And this happened for a number of years, and they are still working their way to get out of that. We do hope that over the next few years that they will be able to get themselves out of the deficit situation. They have been working away at it, and in my report you can see how they have been improving, but they're not there yet. So I hope that answers the question. As a service manager, we're responsible for ensuring they're meeting all of their obligations, not just under the Housing Services Act, but all the various legislation that affects a housing provider.
Thank you, Shelley. I do appreciate the diligence of yourself as a service manager and the diligence of our housing department. And I'm just, through your words, I'm hearing that Labor View is in agreement to working with Mr. Harper, our new service manager, towards the goal of addressing this deficit situation. So at this point in time, I'd like to just move the receipt of 9B and C and continue the conversation if necessary when we get to later on in the agenda with regard to the EOA analysis. If I could have a seconder.
Councillor Oche, will you second C as well? We already had a
I
motion
will.
on for B. We'll just add B and C together on this one.
Yes, I will.
And Councillor Sakachi, you had a comment, question?
No further questions, Mayor Caniff. Thank you, though.
Okay, anyone opposed? Hearing none, carried. We'll go to item 9D, review of agricultural building permit fees. Councillor Pinsonneau and Councillor Latimer, can you put that on the floor for me, please?
Yeah, Your Worship, I got a little bit different motion though. Rather than moving it for information, can I give you that now?
Yes.
Okay, I would like to move that we refer this back to administration for more detailed information on how building permit fees are applied and how much the contingency percentage is. I got a seconder. I got some comments.
I think I'll second that to get it on the floor, but I also have other questions I'd like
Sorry,
to ask.
Okay. Okay, so seconded now. So over to you, Councillor Pinsonneau, then Councillor Latimer.
Okay, thank you, Your Worship. We all received the deputation earlier today, and actually the one point where the boiler barns are 10 miles apart and $5,000 difference in permits, that's in my ward, and it's just across the line where the other one is. And that owner did come in and see me, and he's just saying, you know, what's going on here? Doesn't CK want these buildings? And he's friends actually with the guy that built the other one. So they are comparing their apples to apples. And I think if we want to promote growth, you know, we need to make sure we keep our permit costs reasonable. The cost recovery aspect should be there for sure. We have to do that, but I think there's only a certain amount of contingency fund we got to keep in place. And it almost looks like, you know, we're going a long ways overboard. And it's not like the report says we're not the highest, we're not the lowest, but we do have to compete with our direct neighbors. And, you know, if you lose these buildings to the easterly neighbor there, they're 10 miles apart, then we lose the taxes that you're going to collect for future years to come. And honestly, you know, we got to promote growth, those taxes, assessments, what's going to keep our municipality alive. And honestly, all this is asking for is to bring back a report and show us where the money's going. And at that point, we can decide if our fees are too high or if they're where they should be. Thank you.
Councillor Latimer.
Yes, to the mayor. Mr. Lucina, I had sent you some questions. I don't know whether or not you're prepared to answer this, but I, along with Councillor Pinsonneau, you know, I'm interested to see what our costs actually are and whether or not they go beyond over and above what the cost is to actually, what our costs are and whether or not it's over and beyond our expenses to provide this service. I also want to ask, where is the list of what should be included and what should not be included in cost to build on the application on our website? I couldn't find it. I found a minimal list, but certainly nothing that would help an applicant fill out the application correctly or completely or accurately. There's things that I would think that are included would be your ground preparation and digging a foundation, which apparently is not part of the cost, or your engineer drawings, I would think would be a cost, but again, I guess that isn't. Or your electrical installation, again, that I think would be a cost, but it's not. Is that, I'd like to know whether or not, am I correct in my understanding or am I misunderstanding? It's almost like the onus for correct completion of the application appears to rest on the end of the applicant solely. Am I wrong there too? Do we have somebody in our department who's actually looking or monitoring for this when we review applications? I also found your fee schedule very hard to read that you sent out. I attempted to enlarge it and when I did, it just blurred. So I would be interested in hearing, what are the actual cost differences between building on this side of each of the three municipality lines surrounding our town or our municipality, than building outside of it? So particularly those two farms that Mr. Rush and Mr. Pincinel we're talking about, they actually are both in CK. One of them is just this side of the line. So they are, in that respect, that's what I was very concerned with. There was such a disparity between those two application costs because they were both actually in CK. Is Mr. Lucina available to comment?
Yes, good evening, everyone. Mayor Caniff, Councillor Latimer. I'll try to, those were a lot of questions. I didn't write them all down. You're too fast for me, but I'll start with a couple of them. So the broiler barn that Councillor Pincinel mentioned, the construction cost for one came in at $400,000, and the construction cost for the other one came in $200,000. I have confirmed with the property owner for the $400,000 one that that's the actual cost of just the building for that structure. It appears that the applicant for the $200,000 same barn lowballed the construction value. I'm assuming so you wouldn't have to pay the construction, the building permit fee. As for the what is listed, which is included in a building permit as part of construction value, it is certainly not the engineered design. It is not the laneway to the building, but it is from whether you're putting in a full foundation or drilling holes. It's everything that we inspect. So it would be the site preparation to remove the topsoil and to get the project ready for subgrade inspection. That's before any material goes in. And then obviously through framing, insulation, if there's special foundations. Electrical is not part of the building permit. That's covered under the Electrical Safety Authority under their cost. But things like plumbing, interior, if there's interior coverings, it's everything that we have to inspect through the building code. Could you, as for the list of what is included and what's not, we understand the concerns from the KFA, and we're working on this on our website so that those who are applying for a building permit know what is included. And Councillor Latimer, if you could, if I haven't answered all your questions, could you please ask the other ones?
Thank you, Mr. Lucina. So what would be the timeline on that tab that connects the permit application, and maybe that we can put that into the motion. I don't know, but that's important. I have the feeling, talking to members who have been told through your department that this is coming, but it's not there. And it's certainly not there for me. If I were to fill out an application, I wouldn't know the differences, what's expected, what's not. And I could easily highball or lowball and not even realize it if nobody from our end is looking at that. Do we review it at all with the applicants?
Thank you, Councillor. Sometimes we do. It depends on if typically if the construction value is very low, depending on the construction, not only in ag buildings but all building permits that we issue, we'll talk to the applicant. The updated website we expect to be completed in the next couple of weeks. So say mid-July.
Okay. All right, thank you. Could I suggest that that some serious thought be given to that with regard to the report coming back to administration? That particular point about what's to be included, what's not to be included, and bring that as part of the report back so we can see that. Would that be acceptable to consider?
Yes, that would be fine. Yes, we will do that.
Okay. And could I also ask, in that report, just so you don't put on the spot, I do want to know what the difference is in cost between building on this side of our town lines and on the other side, and the surrounding municipalities on all three sides of us, because that's what the issue is here. Because if you are a resident or a farmer and you can build for a significant amount of money across the road, or a couple kilometers north, south, or east or west of us, well, then I'm going to do that. Especially if I think that the administration at Chatham-Kent is not as transparent as they should be. And I think that's what the bottom line is here. Not saying that things aren't over and above. I'm just saying I think they're running out of patience with regard to waiting to have that transparency optimized. And I think Councillor Pinsonneau's amended motion addresses the crux of what they want. They really want to see, they want to make sure that we're abiding by the Ontario law and that we're not stockpiling money on the backs of our residents who just want to build and grow their enterprises.
Mr. Mayor, can I respond to that?
Yes, please do.
Mr. Mayor, this is John Norton, General Manager, Policy and Supervisor. I just want to respond to some of the statements and start out by saying that I'm disappointed in the deputation tonight from the KFA, Mr. Rush and Mr. Lawson. I did meet twice with Paul Lucina and Stuart McFadden in the home of Mr. Rush. We promised to do a review of fees. We promised to explain to them how we charge fees. And we came back to them a few weeks ago and sat down again at their house and presented them all the information and answered every question they asked. So I do not appreciate tonight the allegation that there is a lack of transparency. I think that is unfair and frankly, it's defamatory. We are extremely transparent at the municipality. Our fees are set by council during the budget process. They are based on the value of construction, so that a person who spends $5,000 on a large home for a building permit fee is not also spending $5,000, say, on a small shed going up in their backyard or a small garage. You pay the building permit fee as a percentage of the cost of construction. Now, to explain how our budget works, what the municipal or the Building Code Act, says, what the Building Code Act says exactly is what they have listed here, which is that we have to set our building fees based on the expected revenue we're going to get from building permits and the expenses that we're going to incur in running the department. So the building department is a closed budget. It doesn't take any taxes for building permit work. We only put in some tax money into the building department because they also do bylaw enforcement, but that is separate from building permit fees. So what we do is we take the total cost of running the building department, the total number of staff, the cost of training, the cost of computers, the cost of having their office, and then we divide that into the anticipated number of building permits we're going to have to inspect and issue over the year. And that's how we set the fees. That's what the building code tells us to do. So at the end of the year, we sometimes have an excess and sometimes we have a deficit because, of course, we're just guessing on how many buildings are going to be built that year. So what we do if there's an excess is we put it into what's called the building department reserve, and the finance department can tell you what is in the building department reserve. It is true the last couple of years we've had the building department reserve has started to build up quite a large reserve. So what we have done year after, or this past budget year, and we will do it again in the next coming budget year, is we do not ask them for an increase in the fees. We're going to hold the fees fixed. And in addition to that, as council knows, we've just agreed on large agricultural projects and large multi-residential apartment buildings. We're capping the fees. So those will help to, over time, if we're not increasing the fees, that will help to eat into some of the funds that we have in the reserve. And in doing so, we're actually then going to be bringing in less money than it costs to run the department. So the idea under the Building Code Act is that you have this reserve, you put in excess funds, and then you draw from it in case there's a year in which you don't receive as much building permit revenue as you should. Now, why are we charging fees at this rate compared to, say, a neighboring municipality north of us that charges much, much lower rate? Let's say, for instance, our building permit fee is $5,000 for a broiler barn, and a neighboring municipality only charges $500. Well, the answer is because they're not doing it on a cost recovery basis. They are simply paying for them, their building inspectors, through subsidizing it from the tax base. And we, if council wishes to go in that direction, we're happy to do that too. So we could reduce our fee from, say, $5,000 down to $500. When we get to the end of the year, we don't have enough money to pay all the salaries and costs of running the department. And so then we just come to the municipal budget and you'll have to make up that difference. So there's no magic to this. It's simply the building permit fees are supposed to be equal to the cost of running the department. Excess goes into a reserve. We draw on that reserve to keep fees lower in the future. That's what we do. If council wants to change the model and move to a subsidization model where we subsidize building permit fees paid for by the taxpayers, then you go with that model. We don't recommend that because the advantage of having building permit fees pay fully for the cost of building permit inspections allows growth to pay for growth. It allows those who want building permits to pay for the cost of that. The example used in the deputation suggests that an engineering firm assumes all the liability and all the risk. That is wholly incorrect. Engineering firms, it's true, they stamp it and they could be sued for an error on their drawings. But we fully assume all the risks for our inspections. When our inspectors go out, when they make a mistake, they can get sued for that. They can get sued by the current owner, they can get sued 25 years later. And in fact, we often get sued by subsequent owners of those buildings when a mistake is discovered that is many decades old. So there is a requirement that we fully train our inspectors. The Ontario government is raising the standards, requiring inspectors to know more and more. They are not trained engineers, but increasingly it's becoming a very complex area and it requires a large knowledge base. And I think we have an excellent building department. They've continued to function throughout this COVID crisis. We've issued building permits. We've now got a backlog that we're having trouble keeping up with because so much construction is happening. So that's the answer to that. I feel we're doing a good job. I feel like we've provided all the information required in the report. As I said, I've met with Mr. Lawson and Mr. Rush right in their own kitchen and answered all their questions. I'm not sure what else we can tell you, but obviously our budget and the entire cost of running this department is fully transparent and available to the public and to council. Thank you.
Thank you, John, for that clarification. I don't think there's any palate on the part of any council member or Mr. Rush or Mr. Lawson to subsidize these permits, applications, and costs. Again, I go back to Mr. Pinsonell's motion. I think it's important you showed the detailed information, just exactly what you told us, because clearly that wasn't understood as succinctly as you feel it has been. I also know that this firm group expected your department to come back to them with your report prior to bringing it to council. Whether or not that's protocol, I'm not going to debate that, but this is where there's a feeling of lack of trust. And I think Councillor Pinsonell's motion helps to credit our building department for what they do, because clearly they're working hard. They've continued to work hard despite COVID. And I'm not disputing that, and I don't feel the KFA is disputing that. What they're asking is for greater transparency, and I don't have a problem with that. And I don't think the building department does either, because I think the information is there, as you just very clearly spelled off to us. But what you said wasn't in the report that was provided to us tonight, as clearly as you talked about. Anyway, that's it for me. I'm good with this motion, and I feel Mr. Lucina understands where my concerns are coming from and where the KFA concerns come from. So I hope this part of this is demonstrating to the KFA and to the farmers and residents and contractors out there that we too are striving for greater transparency and greater trust between ourselves as a council and the people that we represent and the people that want to do business in our municipality. So thank you.
Seeing no other questions, we'll put it to vote.
All votes are in. Motion passes.
Item 9F, Public Alerting System for Chatham-Kent. Councillor C. McGregor and Councillor O'Shea, can you put it on the floor, please?
Happy to.
Seconded.
Okay, Councillor C. McGregor, and then followed by Councillor O'Shea as far as questions.
Okay, thank you. And through the mayor. Thank you very much for the report. I was just curious if we are converting to the Everbridge at a cost of $75,000, or at least sending it to budget to do that. Will we realize extra savings? Like, will this cover off the list of, right now we have a list of how our reporting is currently done. Will this take over our reporting and save some of, or will we realize any cost savings that way in a manner of how we're delivering it to the community? Or is this something that's in addition to, and will add on to the procedure that we're currently using?
Good evening. Through Mayor Kenneth, this is Adam Walters. The motion on that Councillor Roche put forward was to investigate this potential use of Everbridge. So at this time, we don't have the direction to move forward with a purchase. That being said, to answer the second part of your question, most of the social media subscription services and media release uses that we have currently in place would still be maintained, because those solutions are being used for other internal communications as well. So this would be above and beyond those as well.
Okay, so, but this would address residents that don't have internet and aren't attached to social media? Is that the way that this would address those people, and they would have to then register at the library?
Correct.
Something to that, okay.
So it does, that is the one big piece to the solution that does fill that gap that we've identified in the report, is the landline phone call communication method, and the Everbridge solution does meet that need.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Oche, followed by Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to, I'm not really sure. Sorry. I guess one of the questions is there's no recommendation, so I'm not sure what that means, if there's not going to be anything as far as what management thinks of this. Because I know they were, when I brought this up, actually our CAO, Don, let me know that they were looking into something as well. So I thought there would be a recommendation on what to do, or what they thought would be a good thing to do.
Good evening, Mayor Kenneth. It's Adam. I can start maybe, and if anybody else has any comments. From the motion, it was just to investigate the Tecumseh alert system specifically. So we just did a comparison of what we saw that the Everbridge solution, which is what Tecumseh is using, and how that compared to some of our internal processes that we're currently using. At this time, I don't have a direction to move forward through any purchasing process.
Okay, actually, my motion actually was to look into them, and that Tecumseh one was a good example of a one. So it could have been, you could have looked at numerous ones. It didn't just have to be this one, but that's fine, because I do believe this is a good one from everything that I've looked up. But there actually should be some savings, because, well, depending on where it is, I guess. For instance, if we had this happen in Tilbury again, which kind of prompted me on this one, we now no longer have the Tilbury Times, so you wouldn't be putting ads in the paper, which I believe we did. And they also, I don't know if we pay to have it on the radio, but I definitely heard it on the radio different days as well, that about the boil water advisory. So I'm not positive, but I would think there would be some savings there.
Okay, through the mayor, in speaking, there are certainly lots of people or municipalities that are using the Everbridge system. In fact, that Chatham-Kent is actually surrounded by Everbridge customers. The comments I got from Windsor specifically, and I believe I put in the budget that of a budgetary number of about 25,000 just for media to cover that, because they did recommend running some extensive media campaigns yearly to advertise the product, because you have to be able to have the residents of Chatham-Kent subscribe to it and promote the product in order for them to get the information out there. So we did leave that in there as well. So there may be, in regards to, and finance can maybe copy or comment on that, there may be some shifts in budget towards that, potentially.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, John. Now I guess this would be to management. Will this automatically go into the budget, or do I need to bring forward a motion to put this in the budget for next year?
Your Worship, is Don Shropshire, the CAO speaking. Councillor Rocha, if you'd like us to include that in the budget preparations for 2021, we'd appreciate a direction from council. We're basically, the system is, Chief Walters just described it. It's a good system, but you're basically then determining the level of service. Do we want to spend another $75,000 to enhance our alert system, or do we want to, invest that money in another process? So we'd welcome council's direction if you'd like us to consider that for the budget process for 2021.
So do I have to do that another night, or can I bring that forward now?
You can do that right now.
I believe. Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't make out there was two people speaking.
Councillor Oche, if you would like to put that on the floor at this time, you're welcome to do so.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion that this is put into the 2021 budget process, please.
Any seconder for that?
I'd be happy to
Councillor,
second that.
hey,
Thanks,
Councillor
Councillor Harrigan.
McGregor.
I will second that.
Okay, so with the motion, we will take anybody have any questions regarding that motion? If I see a hand up, I'll assume that's related to the motion. If you can take that, keep it up. Okay. So we've got 4 people who want to comment on this. Then Councillor Sakachi, followed by Councillor Latimer.
Thank you, Mayor Kenneth. I guess my question is to Councillor Oche. Is this going to be to put through to the budget or for consideration of the budget?
It would be for consideration for the budget.
Okay, just wanted to clarify on that point there. Thank you.
Councillor Latimer, followed by Councillor Harrigan.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I also wanted to ensure that this is for consideration for budget, but I also wanted to ask, could we consider piggybacking or cost sharing with Windsor Essex? I don't know how many people or households the service would pertain to. I don't know if we have any idea how many landlines are involved and whether or not Windsor Essex would consider us piggybacking. And that might be a little less costs or more cost effective than endeavoring our own contract with Everbridge. So that would be something to be into consideration for when the staff investigate this for budget purposes. Thank you.
Councillor Harrigan.
Hi, thank you. I believe this question would be directed through to Dr. Reedike. In terms of cost savings, when the Tilbury Boil Water Advisory took place, there was a significant amount of public health staff that were going door to door to different businesses to notify them. I'm not sure if they incurred overtime, but I imagine that work would not be planned. Is there a staff savings component to this, or because of public health regulations, we would be doing both?
Through you, Mayor Caniff. Thank you for the question, Councillor Harrigan. Certainly there, in any boil water or any other public health emergency, there are staff costs associated with that. We typically are able, and we were in the Tilbury boil water, to maintain that within our current budget. We did not have to use or apply or look at any overtime dollars outside of our regular yearly budget. We have significant public health requirements around notification. And what I would recommend is that moving forward with any further report, we will connect with Mr. Walters and certainly work with him for the public health piece that would need to be part of that. In reality, we actually may have some funds that we may be able to contribute to it out of our public health budget if it alleviates some of that manual labor. But I would need to do a bit more work on that.
Great, thank you. Very happy to support this and looking forward to seeing that information come in the briefing note at budget.
Seeing no other questions, we'll put this motion to vote.
All votes are in. Motion passes.
Okay, we'll move to 9G, Small Business Recovery Grant Criteria. Councillor B. McGregor and Councillor Kirkwood White, can you put that on the floor, please?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I'd like to put it on the floor with just 5 small changes that I sent in advance. If we could put those up. And if I still have a seconder, I just can make it. I'll make a few comments on that.
Yeah, Councillor Kirkwood White. Perfect.
I'm happy to do that. Thank you.
Okay,
Yeah, so,
Councillor B. McGregor.
These changes were brought up by the co-chairs of the Economic Recovery Task Force. So certainly they were appreciative of the report and the work that it takes to get something like this put together so quickly. And there was just a few small things that they were interested in seeing change. And the first bullet point is that the application process remained open until July 16th. So the concern was just that although it needs to be tight, the application period was a little bit too tight, and they wanted to make sure that the message was pushed out quickly and that no one missed an opportunity just based on the too soon of an application deadline. The other thing that they discussed was moving up the not-for-profits and charities to be moved to the eligible listing. So their initial thought on having them ineligible was that at some point there might be a parallel program or some dedicated funding that could be moved around. But after some discussion, it was thought that perhaps having both businesses and not-for-profits and charities all apply at the same time will give us a better idea of scope of organizations out there. Going through the rest of those bullet points, they wanted this to really be a program that was targeting those that were falling through the cracks of other relief programs. So wanted to make sure that it was dedicated to those that didn't receive other forms of COVID-related support, which was in the report we're seeing tonight. And they just thought that removing the words "or that relief was insufficient" would be helpful. Otherwise, I think that they thought that anyone could argue that their relief from other COVID supports wasn't sufficient, and that wouldn't really end up any type of criteria in the program. With moving the not-for-profits and charities onto the eligible listing, they also thought it would be helpful to add someone from the not-for-profit sector onto the Small Business Recovery Grant Committee. And part of the motivation behind that was understanding that there's a lot of organizations out there with limited capacity. They might be applying to this program without realizing they're eligible for some other federal or more substantial programs, and having someone on that committee may help to catch some of those organizations and make sure they were applying where they could be receiving the most help. Then the last point was just really to reiterate that council get an opportunity to view the summary of these applications just after the application period closes, so we can understand the volume of applications and what that means as we move forward. So with that, that's all for me.
Okay, over to Madam Clerk. She has some comments relating to the motion.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. So just with relation to the motion that is on the floor, there is an expansion of the discussion that was previously held at council, and just by extending the program to include not-for-profits and charities, we therefore need a 2/3 vote to bring that motion to the floor. And we can do that at this time, Mr. Mayor, just to see if we can get the motion on the floor.
Okay, what I'll do is I'll go through the couple of questions first. They were.
Yeah.
No, okay. So we need to put it for motion right now. Any questions regarding the specific item number 2 to bringing it forward right now for 2/3?
Just a point of clarity. So that would be the only point in those 5 that would be dependent on the 2/3 vote, correct?
Correct. Just the number 2 of the motion.
Thank you.
Okay, so with that, we will put this to vote, knowing that we need 2/3 to move forward with this.
All votes are in. The motion for reconsideration is passed.
Okay, so I have up for questions Councillor Thompson, followed by Councillor Solomon.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I guess an interesting report to say the very least. It talks about criteria, but it doesn't talk about how the decision is going to be made as to who gets funding or who doesn't, or what sort of matrix this committee is going to run through. So could somebody explain that to me?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Matt Torrance, Director of Financial Services. So the committee has decided we expect the applications for this program to be fairly high. So we've determined that each of the applicants, should they demonstrate a financial loss up to a point where everyone would receive an equal amount, unless they were unable to demonstrate a loss up to that amount, at which point they would be restricted to the amount they were able to demonstrate a loss up to. In the report, it specifically references that the intention is for all the grants to be of equal size.
Do we have any idea potentially what size that pool is?
It's dependent on the criteria, I guess, that depending on what is decided tonight. If not-for-profits are included, then we don't know, but we expect it to be rather significant.
Okay, so since we're dealing in the world of hypotheticals, if there were 2,000 applicants submit the criteria, we give each and every one of them $100.
That's correct.
Huh. In industrial, I noticed there was this line in here that said you have to pay commercial taxes. So I guess that means industrial manufacturers and whatnot in the community aren't eligible.
So the intention of the program and how the committee interpreted it was targeted at small businesses with sales under 5 million. So in our interpretation, we interpreted that they would be commercial properties with or commercial businesses with in the commercial tax class with sales less than 5 million.
Okay, so maybe that's a Gord Quinton question. If I'm a tool and die manufacturer with sales less than 5 million, I'm paying industrial taxes, but I would be ineligible for this program, right?
Hi, thank you. It's Gord Quinton, Chief Financial Officer. By the definition here of just commercial taxes, you're correct. Now, I guess I'll just leave it like that. That we could add industrial if you wanted to as well.
No, I don't. I'm just making a point. So if I was a small agricultural tax paying setup, I would be ineligible for this program as well.
No, typically an agricultural business that has a commercial operation on their property would have part of their property designated as commercial class, so they would in fact qualify.
Oh, well, that's actually good to know. I'm happy for that. Can you tell me, while I was looking through this report, what are other municipalities doing? Did we look to them to try and figure out how all of this was shaking out? Because I know often we look to what our nearest neighbors are doing to discover kind of best practices.
There are some programs. They aren't widespread. There are a few municipalities that are offering programs such as this. But in general, municipalities are looking towards senior levels of government to support businesses through this pandemic.
I guess, could you name off a couple of those municipalities that are offering similar programs?
I don't have them offhand. If Gord, do you have something from the Ontario Regional Treasurers?
Okay. Gord, you were going to say something?
Yeah, if you'd like me to comment. Yeah, from the Ontario Regional Treasurers meetings, none of those are mainly larger municipalities across the province, and none of them are developing a program like this. There have been a few, I would say, smaller municipalities. But every program's different. Like I can think of a few off the top of my head. I think it's Bruce County that has one, but it's a loan program where you would have to put up your personal property as collateral for it. So like there's all different types of the programs that are out there. It's everyone's different, I guess. They're few and far between. Out of the 444 municipalities across Ontario, I think it'd be under 10 that are offering it.
So we're offering a unique program here.
Today, no, that could change anytime. But.
Of course. I noticed recently that the Chatham-Kent Community Foundation was announcing a collaborative relief effort in response to the pandemic, which was launched back in May, aiming to provide assistance to charities and nonprofit organizations. So if one of those organizations applied for that money, that would disqualify them for applying for this money, correct?
I don't think if they were granted money, if they were approved under another program, then yes, it would disqualify them under the criteria that under the new motion that Councillor McGregor has put on the floor.
How are we going to track that if they get approval after they apply for ours?
So in our documentation, we've indicated that applicants are required to sign a declaration attesting that information in the application is true and accurate. So we would be relying on them to update us. We also indicate that they're subject to audits by the municipality, required to produce supporting documentation to verify their claims that they made in their submission. And then if they're found to have provided false or misleading information, that would disqualify the applicant from this grant program or any future programs should additional funding become available.
Okay, no, I get that. And I mean, I'm not saying that they would. I'm just saying if I was a not-for-profit or a charity, I'd be applying to absolutely everything and then seeing what came back in. So I'm saying that through no malfeasance, these organizations could apply to this Emergency Community Support Fund. Haven't heard back yet, so they decided to apply to our bailout. And then after they apply to our bailout, then they find out that they were approved. And you're saying they could still get in touch with us to set the record straight?
I think it would be upon the business at that point then to return the grant to the municipality, but we'd be limited in our enforcement of that.
All right, those are my comments, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much.
Okay, Councillor Latimer, followed by Councillor Pinsonneau.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I actually had a couple of people call me with regard to would there be a monitoring evaluation system that ensures money granted is used for what the application stated it would be used for. So I think you maybe answered that question.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Yes, Councillor Latimer, I think that in the response to Councillor Thompson's question did seem to answer that. So again, part of the program is that they'll have to sign a declaration or affidavit attesting that the information in the application is true and accurate, and the applicant will be asked to provide supporting documentation on a spot audit basis, I guess, and to confirm the claims that they made in their submission. And again, providing false or if they're found to have provided false or misleading information, should more funding become available, a larger amount, and another grant program be initiated, that the business would not only be ineligible for this grant, but any future grants as well.
Thank you. And I just had another question come in, actually, asking, I thought this was a small business recovery grant. How is it that we're considering not-for-profits and charities to be considered eligible?
Excuse me, it's Gord Quinton again. We were not. This was the motion that was just put on the floor by Councillor McGregor.
Well, perhaps Councillor McGregor, would you like to elaborate, or how will we be changing the name of this grant? I have this constituent who's concerned here.
Sure.
Councillor McGregor, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd be happy to answer it. So in discussion with Rocky and Mike and the Economic Recovery Task Force, I think they've been pretty consistent in recognizing that not-for-profits and charities as a social enterprise are quite important. They're employers, just like the for-profit sector, and face some of those same fixed overheads like rent and property taxes for many of them. And they felt it was appropriate to include them in the process, especially when we're getting a report back to council, so we can see the breadth of those applicants in the community. And I think that is also why they felt it was important to have the eligibility criteria around other forms of COVID relief funding. So if there is some really sector specific things that are coming out, organizations that do access that funding wouldn't be eligible for this funding. So this to them was really designed to find those employers that would fall through the cracks of other programs. So that was why they felt it appropriate to move back in to this program. I hope that answers the question, Councilor Latimer.
Yeah, thank you. I think that does clarify. I don't know that everyone realizes that not-for-profits are definitely small enterprises, and they do employ people. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Pinsino.
Thank you, Worship. I have a problem with the number 2, and the reason I say that is, for starters, $200,000 isn't a lot of money, and it was designed for small businesses. Adding the nonprofits will spread this program even thinner. So I'm just going to ask that number 2 be separated out of this question here.
Certainly. Okay, is that it, Councillor Pinsino?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Harrigan, followed by Councillor Oche.
Thank you. I just wanted to express my support for the modifications that Councilor McGregor has put forward, specifically number 2. I think what was very clear to me and what I really appreciated about the report that the Economic Recovery Task Force put forward was the acknowledgement about the work that the nonprofit sector does to drive the economy, the amount of people that they employ, the services they provide, and the work that they do in the municipality in Chatham-Kent. And when you look at really what this grant is for and what the eligibility criteria and the meaningfulness behind it, they very much do qualify. I think we will actually have limited not-for-profits and charities really meet the criteria, just because of the way that some of them would be having to do their budgets on for example, they're funded entirely by grants or programs themselves, so they may not be able to demonstrate deficits in a month over month to show that there is a loss. But for those that do qualify, I think this is a wonderful thing. So I'm happy to support it. Very thankful that Councilor McGregor brought it forward. Those are my comments.
Councillor Oche.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to whoever can answer this for me. I have someone emailing me right now just asking if at-home small businesses will be able to apply for this grant. Sorry, I did not see if, I don't believe it said anything about them, so I just wanted to check for this person.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Councillor Oche, to address your question directly, the residents would have to have a portion of their property classed as commercial in order to qualify. So, and the criteria was intentionally set up that way.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, seeing no other questions, we'll put it to vote. We'll vote for 1, 3, 4, 5 to start, and then we'll vote for number 2 in a separate vote. So again, it's 1, 2, or sorry, 1, 3, 4, 5 we're voting for.
All votes are in. Motion passes. And then for part number 2, all votes are in. And motion passes.
Okay, item 10, tender awards.
We have one report that wasn't approved in consent agenda, 10A, tender award contract T20-105H, hot in place recycling program.
Councillor Thompson and Councillor Sakachi, can you put on the floor for me, please?
Absolutely happy to put that on the floor.
Happy to second, Mayor Caniff, with some comments, please.
Okay. All right, Councillor Thompson, over to you, and we can hear the lovely birds in your background too.
Yes, it's nice outside tonight. I guess my question is less in regards to John Street and Blenheim, because looking at the report, that's kind of where the bulk of the work's being done. But I remember back at the 2019, I believe, budget open houses, I think it was Mr. Chapika who was talking about the underground work that Blenheim needed to deal with increased storms and water runoff and whatnot. He considered it not quite as bad as Tilbury, but still an issue to be dealt with. I was curious if Mr. Kelly could discuss why we aren't looking at doing John Street like we did Regent with a complete rebuild, and why we're just going with a quick and easy repave.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to defer to my colleague, Mark McFadden, for the answer to this question.
Thank you, Mayor Cariff. Can you just repeat the question? Councillor Thompson, can you just repeat your question quickly? Sorry.
Yeah, absolutely. The question is, I guess, talk about the underground infrastructure that crisscrosses John Street and Blenheim, and how come we talk about it in other times, how it's best to do things all at once. How come we're not upgrading the underground infrastructure that runs under John?
Yeah, so we did review the infrastructure on John Street. So typically, you're correct. We'd usually try to coordinate our road projects with our underground infrastructure projects. In the case of John Street, we reviewed the water main, and it is old, but it's only had 2 historic breaks. So it was scored very low on our water main replacement matrix, which really didn't warrant a replacement at this time. It's something that we would certainly look at in the next 8 to 10 years. Again, this road improvement, the expected life of the hot in place is approximately 10 years. So it'd be something that we would look at in the future. And we also we coordinate with Public Works if we're aware of drainage issues or sanitary backups. We certainly take that into consideration. We weren't aware of any in this area. There is some other areas in Blenheim that do not have any storm drainage, which we've worked on improving. That's Allen Street this year, Regent and Little and Snow a few years ago. But this one just didn't warrant a full reconstruction at this time with our limited budget as well.
Okay, what about like the cross streets though? Because I know, and this has come up numerous times in the past for residents on Hall, on McGeorge, on Elizabeth, on Jackson, that they have to deal. I'm specifically talking about kind of like the ends of those streets. They have to deal with drainage issues and flooding in storms. So is that something that could be addressed without digging up all of the work we're doing on John Street?
Yeah, so if it's those cross streets and we're looking at whether it's storm or water main replacements, yeah, we do have an opportunity if we're able to drill. In some instances, it may not be possible that we'd have to cut through an intersection, but to look at a road resurfacing project on John Street and consider underground on intersecting streets it becomes a little difficult.
I understand that. So we'll move up above ground now. When we redid Regent, which, I mean, after it was done, nothing but rave reviews, we looked at curbs and gutters and sidewalks. How come we're not looking at that on John?
Thank you, Mayor Kenneth. So again, we wouldn't start looking into full reconstruction on curbs, on sidewalks, all that above ground infrastructure, unless we were doing a full reconstruction project. So a hot in place is very, very similar to a mill and pave. So an asphalt machine is coming in, ripping up a couple of inches of asphalt and placing it back down all in one pass. To start getting into curbs, I believe on John Street there are a couple sections that have curbs, and I guess prior practices were to simply overlay asphalt, and that's why in a lot of these instances you don't see a 6-inch curb anymore. You may only see a couple inches, and to go back and reconstruct an entire curb, you basically have to pull up all of the base on the road, because you can't raise the curb, otherwise you start creating drainage problems on the private side. And very similar with sidewalks. If it's just a simple sidewalk replacement, then that can be dealt with through our new replacement sidewalk contract.
Okay. For the most part, the residents of John Street and in Blenheim really looking forward to having this road redone. It, to be honest, it's been needing it for quite some time. But I guess what I'm kind of driving at here, and just as a heads up, for anybody who has dreams of getting that underground infrastructure or a sidewalk or a gutter, in effect, those dreams are on hold for another 8 to 10 years potentially.
I think you could take sidewalks out of that. If sidewalks are in need of replacing, then they can certainly be looked at. We always monitor our water mains. If they're, I can't really predict the future. If we get a bunch of breaks in the next few years, then we have to look at replacing that water main. But there is opportunities to replace a water main without necessarily cutting through the road. But effectively, yes, we would be looking at readdressing this in that 8 to 10 year period.
All right, I much appreciate it. Looking forward to supporting this. Thank you.
And sorry, just to make one more comment, as part of this, we also look at the catch basins and the gravel shouldering. So where we can improve that, where we can improve grading, we certainly take care of that as well.
Okay, Councillor Sakachi.
Thank you, Mayor Kenneth. Most of my questions and comments have been addressed already. Mr. McFadden, I really like to thank you over the last few weeks. I know that we've been in conversation quite a bit, and you've always been very prompt and to the point of addressing my concerns. And my concern was the grading aspect. So you are, on closing there, you did say that that's one thing that can be taken care of with the hot in place program, is the grading issues that are taking place on the low spots. That will be tended to for sure.
Thank you, Mayor Kenneth. Yeah, so we have some ability. We're obviously limited in how much adjustments to grades we can do with the hot in place process, but we do have an opportunity to fix up any of the gravel shouldering and ensure that the water gets to the actual catch basins. I have taken a look at the street, and there are a decent number of catch basins, and a lot of them are located outside of the roadway. So it does give us opportunity to improve drainage where we can.
And thank you. And as well, want to be very supportive of this project. This is one of the concerns from my initial being elected initially, that was one of the streets in Blenheim that's been very problematic. But I had some of the same confusions as Councillor Thompson's, as I was under the impression as well that the reason why it might have been taking so long was to address some of the underground infrastructure. So I mean, whether I'm going to support this, I hope that we are doing some prudent spending regarding the fact that there's going to be no major issues that it's going to cause us to have to to readdress in the future. So I just want to thank you for all your answers, and Councillor Thompson did touch base on most of my questions and comments. So that's it for me, Mayor Kenneth. Thank you very much.
Okay, seeing no other questions, we'll put it to vote.
All votes are in. Motion passes. 11A, Corporate Technology Strategic Plan.
Okay, will this call on John Oss to give us a presentation, and do anybody want to give a prelude to the presentation? Catherine, do you want to do that?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. This is Catherine Fitzgerald, Director of Information Technology Services. I'm pleased tonight to present to Council the Corporate Technology Strategic Plan. The plan provides strategic direction for technology that aligns with our community strategic plan, as well as the Council term priorities. I'd like to introduce John Nass from Blackline Consulting, who has been working with administration and in consultation with Council and leadership to develop the plan. John?
Hi, good evening, everyone. I hope you can hear me okay.
Yes, go ahead.
Today on the agenda, what we'll do is I'll take you through why the municipality needs to change, what needs to change, how we will change, and then when those changes will happen. We'll start from external factors. And one of the things that we always like to look at when we do strategic plans is what's happening to the municipality. And some of it's not directly impacted on the ITS department itself. Sometimes it's impacted on other departments, and there's a bit of a ripple effect or indirect factor that ITS needs to deal with. To no surprise, I think one of the ones that we absolutely need to highlight is during COVID-19, the needs of technology and how the municipality delivers services to the residents has had to change. And it's uncertain to what extent that will have a lasting impact on the services. From my perspective, I think it does beg the question, which is, do we need to have digital services as even a backup capability? The second component to that is being able to have resilient IT infrastructure, the ability for municipal staff to work effectively from either their home or a secondary workspace that isn't necessarily their primary work spot. In the middle, there's the strain on the economy. COVID has placed an even greater strain on the economy. However, even pre-COVID, the provincial government had a focus on cost efficiency, and I can't see that changing. For me, it's a really important factor because one of the ways that many organizations, both municipalities and in the private sector, they will look to technology to help drive some of that efficiency. And lastly, the rise on security threats and also targeting in some of the municipalities is increasing year over year. We also need to look at the demands that are being placed internally. And I thought it'd be helpful just to give a bit of a glimpse because sometimes it's not quite clear as to where all the work is coming from an IT department. But as you can see, the number of projects, the ITS department has been delivering about 61 projects a year. They've got over 400 network devices that they're managing, over 9,000 service requests that come in on an annual basis, and about just over 1,700 municipal FTEs that they support, all with about 33.6 FTEs. So quite a big portfolio, if you will, in terms of management. The current situation, and based on our analysis, Blackline, we've been able to identify that where ITS is at the moment, where they're heading, it feels like you're on a bit of a tipping point, and where they've been able to deliver some great value in terms of evolving some of the systems that the municipality is using, expanding the network and network facilities that they have, as well as delivering a high level of customer service. But given everything and the growth and the demands, both internally and externally, it's almost at a tipping point where changes need to occur. And the changes that we've presented in the technology strategic plan are the ones that we would recommend to help ensure that the value that ITS is providing does not erode. The consequences of not changing could impede the municipality's effectiveness. And what do we mean by that? Well, ITS may not be in the best position to thwart cyber attacks, maybe a bit slower to respond to day-to-day requests or delays to projects that are important to the business units. It may be more difficult to keep up with technology and thus causing you to operate on outdated technology. And not being able to help the business units drive out some of those manual activities and really push forward better use of technology. So the future role of ITS and as a department, they really need to be able to continue to enable value, enabling value within the organization. There's a few key areas that we had kind of identified that we think are going to be really important as we look out to the next 5 years. And the first one being promoting innovation and being able to work with the different business units and departments to flag opportunities and also provide an environment that they can foster that innovation. Data will become increasingly important. It already has as the organization moves less and less from paper and onto more records management. Data will become a bit more important. Being able to evaluate, select, and maintain and manage the systems that staff members use, and also in some cases residents and how they access some of those online services. Maintaining the infrastructure so that the organization has a stable infrastructure and is able to provide services. Being able to manage vendors that you rely on, and overall making sure that the environment is secure. The vision that we had developed in conjunction with both the senior leadership team and the steering committee team was an innovation partner providing strategic services and solutions. One of the key things, one of the discussions that we had is when we were looking at the vision statement was, how do we enable the municipality's strategic priorities? And it really cuts right across all of them. That was one of the key reasons why it's not particular to one area, it cuts across each and every one of them. In terms of priorities, there's about 9 different priorities that we've been able to identify, and there's 16 initiatives, which is quite a bit. But given the pace of technology, there is work that needs to be done to both ensure ITS can sustain the services and the service levels that they provide today, as well as continue to move things forward. And it covers things from data analytics to expanding the connectivity, the network connectivity, enabling mobility and a mobile workforce, as well as offering more digital services and easier services for residents to access through the website. Not each of the initiatives that we've put forward, the 16 initiatives, have delivered the same type of value. In some cases, the main value that it provides will be improving operational efficiencies. So what you'll see and what we'll come on to is some of the initiatives, they focus more on improving the efficiency of staff and other departments by using technology. In other cases, it'll actually be for saving money or avoiding future expenses. Other areas of value will be about reducing risk, improving service resiliency, and lastly, but definitely not leastly, improving customer service. As you can see here, and I'll speak to some of these in a broader sense, but you can read it in the document. What we tried to do here is give you a quick illustration on which of the initiatives will drive certain value. And the first 3 initiatives that we have are largely focused around improving processes and the use of technology in the business areas. Mostly around corporate systems or areas where they cut across. And for me, having done some work with other municipalities, I can tell you that it can be quite beneficial when you look at how people are spending their time, the extent of paper that's being used, and the opportunities of either expanding the use of existing systems or introducing new systems or integrating some of the systems that you have. So there are options available. We touched on data already. Data is going to be very important, and as it stands right now, there's data across the organization, but being able to analyze data from different sources and different systems is quite difficult. And even in some areas where you want to do scenario analysis can be time consuming. We talked a little bit about the expanding the web and online services, and we understand that there is a project, and as we did our review, there was the project to advance the look and feel and the search capabilities with the web services, with the website. One of the other things that we also did was compare and contrast to what extent are residents and businesses and visitors able to actually fulfill some of the services. So service requests, complaints, get a permit. And what we had found is that many of the forms aren't still in PDF and either require filling it online, printing it and mailing it in, or physically dropping off. So there's a number of opportunities within that initiative to extend not just the look and feel and the search capabilities of the existing project, but take that a step further. And as we've seen with other municipalities and even outside of the public sector space, that's a growth area where depending on the type of customers that you have or the residents, they are potentially looking for more services that they can do online, even if it is as a backup rather than the preference. We also talked a little bit about mobilizing field staff. Today, you do have a good portion of field staff, municipal field staff. It's about continuing to enhance that so that they can be as efficient as possible in the field. And continuing the network connectivity. The ITS has been expanding the network connectivity into new facilities. However, that's network connectivity is really a basis for a lot of services, and that will be a continued kind of need and dependency for other services as it goes forward. There's also things that need to be done internally just to make sure that IT is able to manage with the work volume. And one of the key aspects for that is revising the way that projects get prioritized and managed. It's also looking at some of the things around enterprise risk management and being able to tie risk and risk appetite within the organization to how IT is able to focus its resources. Some of the other areas are much more specific to IT's ability to provide resilient services, like developing target architecture. And by that, it's almost basically putting a blueprint together of what the future looks like from the different systems and tools that we're going to use, how we're going to use them, how they're going to speak to each other, so that we've got a forecast of work and plan that we can understand and work towards. And the last two, which are around providing guidelines for software development and improving ITS's service management, is largely around improving some of the processes that IT uses. So they also need to continually evolve and improve some of the way that they manage their portfolio. As I touched on, we talked a little bit about project prioritization, and really what we see as some of the key changes that need to occur is with the existing processes, refining it slightly so that you've got a process across the organization that one can help foster idea generation, go through a process of prioritization first within a business unit, then thirdly, looking at are there opportunities as these priorities from the business unit come up to look at it as a more corporate opportunity. And then also, and equally as important, looking at an analysis and analyzing the capacity of ITS to actually deliver on that workload. And then finally coming up with a complete list, complete project prioritized list. So what some of the key changes are, business units will be responsible for prioritizing their needs, and the executive management team will have that overall accountability for setting the priorities for ITS to execute. We've put together a roadmap, and from this picture, it does look like quite a bit over the next 5 years to undertake. There's a couple of considerations that we did make when we put this together, which was looking at the dependencies between the different initiatives the urgency of those initiatives, and then also the resource capacity of ITS given their current workload. In terms of next steps, and as per the notes for council to receive the corporate technology strategic plan for information and for ITS to begin on some specific projects and capabilities. Thank you, Mary, for your time, and I'll take questions.
Councillor C. McGregor.
Hi, Mayor Kenneth. Thank you. I am happy with it, and my question's been answered with this presentation tonight, but I would be happy to move the recommendations, both 1, 2, and 3.
Okay. Councillor Kirkwood-White.
Thank you, Your
Will you
Worship.
second that?
Yes, I will.
Second that and then have questions?
Yes, thank you. I'm happy to second. Just a couple of questions for John with regard to the 2 of the 16 initiatives, digitizing human resources and organizational development services, and the continued use of City View. And I'm wondering if you could just briefly explain what the changes might be in those 2 areas from what is right now.
Yes, through the mayor, thank you for the question. I'll start with the HR, and one of the key areas when we looked at and met with the HR department is one, the level of manual process and manual steps that you have today within HR, that the technology that you have isn't necessarily providing you with the extent of coverage for those activities as it should be. So there's some gaps. There's potentially some opportunity to find a system or systems to also cover things, everything from helping on the recruitment side, the learning management side, as well as making sure that it ties into the financial system so that you've got complete kind of integration between your HR data and the finance data. On the City View side, again, it's an area of, and this is quite common, throughout using a system like City View or any other kind of large corporate system, it is worthwhile to look at how well is it providing the services and the ability for us as users to use that system and fulfill what's required. So what we had suggested is looking at the processes again and taking the lean principles and saying, where are we having either issues with manual paper, with wait time between activities, with notifications on waiting for activities or steps to be completed. And then also, are there opportunities of things with City View that we might be able to push online for those digital services? So those are some of the areas that we had identified and said, there is some likely opportunity for you to either expand the use of City View. And I'm not a City View expert, and that's why that's one of the questions that I think after doing the process review, you'd have those answers. Or if not, then going to market and understanding potentially what your options are.
Thank you, John.
Councillor Latimer, followed by Councillor Sakachi.
Thank you, through Mayor Caniff. John, I and Catherine, I was really glad to read that the implementation of all 9 priorities and 16 initiatives for the internal structure changes come at no net increase to the budget or full-time equivalents. So maybe Catherine, if you would be better to answer this. What are the anticipated savings or decrease in full-time equivalents across departments as you streamline or integrate and automate these municipal services?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. This is Catherine Fitzgerald, Director of Information Technology Services. So as outlined in the plan, one of the first steps that we will be taking on each of the initiatives is that lean process review that John outlined. In that lean review, we will be identifying, reviewing business processes and identifying what the potential costs are, but in that process also identifying the potential savings, whether they be in resources or staff in those processes. So this strategic plan did not drill down into that detail of where the savings would be on each individual initiative, but our first step in reviewing each of those initiatives is to do that process review and come up with that information for council. So once we've done those reviews and have any costs or savings identified, we would be coming back potentially to council when needed to either ask for an investment to realize those savings or ask for council support in implementing the recommendations of the process review.
And I would assume that would be in time for budget work, correct?
That's correct. Our goal is to align ourselves with the budget cycle.
Thank you very much. This report was in depth and very clearly written. So I appreciate all the work undertaken. Thank you.
Councillor Scotchy.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. My questions have been answered regarding the review for process to identify cost savings. So I have no further questions. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other questions, we'll put it to vote.
Just need one more. All votes are in. Motion passes. 11B, surplus property declaration, June 2020.
Okay, Councillor Kirkwood-White, could you put on the floor, and Councillor Latimer, can you second that, please?
I'd be glad to second it, but I can't hear Councillor Kirkwood-White.
Sorry. Yes, I'll be happy to move that.
And Councillor Kirkwood-White, you have some questions?
Yeah, I just wanted to, I know that there are probably another few councillors that may be wanting to ask the same question, but there is a report coming up later on in the agenda with regard to the housing and homelessness community plan. And I was wondering whether there was any opportunity for any one of these three properties to be set aside for affordable housing.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. This is Amy McClellan, Manager of Revenue. So of the properties that are being considered to be declared as surplus tonight, we have that 52 Dell Street in Wallaceburg, along with Erie Street north in Ridgetown, and they're both designated as employment areas and zoned for industrial use. And so the official plan, policies, and zoning do not allow for residential uses in those areas. But 17 3rd Street, Wallaceburg is zoned as residential. It has some constraints due to its location, but the property disposition bylaw requires for a list of these types of properties to be given to some of our agencies in the area, which could be the Crown and Right of Ontario or Canada, the LTVCA, St. Clair College, University of Guelph, school boards, hospital boards, and commissions. So I will be moving ahead, if these are declared as surplus, to let all of those agencies, along with Habitat for Humanity and other nonprofit low-income housing projects, know about these properties to see if they have any interest in them.
Okay, thanks very much.
You're welcome.
Councillor Latimer?
My question was answered. I too was making sure that none of these properties could be considered for use for affordable housing, and what we had to do as a council to ensure that our departments are talking to each other before they actually bring it to us to declare. But I think Amy's answered the question. Okay, thank you.
Okay, seeing no other questions, we'll put it to vote.
All right, all votes are in. Motion passes.
Item 12, Community Human Services.
12A, Chatham-Kent Housing and Homeless Community Plan Update 2020 to 2024. I understand there's a presentation from Chantel Perry, Program Manager of the Homelessness Prevention.
Hi, everybody. It's Chantel Perry, Program Manager, Employment and Social Services. This presentation outlines key points of a collaborative community-wide review of Chatham-Kent's existing 10-year housing and homelessness plan, and it outlines an outcome-based strategy for the next 5 years. Slide 2, Meredith. The Housing Services Act legislates that communities review and revise their housing and homelessness plan every 5 years. It's mandated by the by MMAH, that the draft plan be submitted to the ministry for review and comment prior to being presented and approved by municipalities. This plan was submitted to the ministry on February 28th, 2020, and in late March, they acknowledged receipt and review of the plan, enabling us to move forward with presentation and municipal community approval. Before moving forward, it's important to note that our landscape has significantly changed since March by the COVID pandemic. In April, our General Manager of Community Human Services informed Council that a temporary isolation shelter was required to manage homelessness safely in our community. A detailed report regarding the isolation shelter will be provided at a later date and is not part of this presentation. Slide 3. Our original plan laid the foundation for the next 5 years. We made significant achievements and we really should celebrate the success. Since the original plan was prepared, the community has made significant progress on maintaining and increasing the housing supply and improving housing stability for the residents of Chatham-Kent. The combined housing and homelessness plan framework included 46 recommendations grouped into 3 main objectives. The vast majority of these initial recommendations have been completed, started, and are in progress or are ongoing or reoccurring. Most notable achievements include the success of Ontario and CK Renovates programs, expansion and provision of home ownership funding and rent supplements to help people living in situ, the construction of 50 new affordable rental units, implementation and expansion of homeless prevention programming that has housed thousands of people and prevented thousands more from becoming homeless, the implementation of 3 supportive housing programs, one for youth, one for chronic homelessness, and one for survivors of domestic violence. We established a coordinated access program called CK Cares, which stands for Coordinated Assessment, Referral, and Evaluation Services. We implemented common assessment and data information systems and info sharing among key service partners. A major achievement was a quality by name list so that we know who needs housing and we can prioritize people by level of need. And we implemented and increased landlord and tenancy support programs. It's noteworthy, despite increasing community pressures, that Chatham-Kent has become nationally recognized as a leader in innovation for homeless prevention system design and efforts. And we were one of the first communities in Canada to have achieved a quality by name list and a fulsome coordinated access system. Next slide. A needs study was completed to look at Chatham-Kent's current and future trends in homelessness. Essentially, what it showed was that we need more affordable housing construction and higher levels of housing instability and homelessness are occurring. The affordable rental housing gap, which is the gap between the current supply and the demand for affordable rental housing, is 2,625 households. The affordable home ownership gap, the current gap between the supply and demand for affordable home ownership, is 2,608 households. The vacancy rate is currently at 1.7% for a one-bedroom unit. It's important to note that anything above 3 is considered healthy. House prices have increased 57% since 2010, and 2,600 owner households spend more than 30% of their income on housing. 8,700 renter households, a full 28%, spend more than 30% of their income on housing. And 67% of these people are one-person households. 2,230 renter households spend more than 50% of their income on housing. This is considered deep core housing need. Only 3.1% of new housing built is designated rental. And from 2013 to 2018, only 31 units were developed with intention of renting them out. It's estimated that over 280 people will experience homelessness in 2020, and that was before the pandemic came along. 58% of homeless people in Chatham-Kent have complex needs and will require some level of supportive housing to be successfully housed long-term. And our supportive housing wait lists continue to increase. There's currently a 64% gap in rent geared to income availability versus waitlist need. So we currently have 1,592 rent to geared income units, and we have 1,020 on the wait list for social housing. The wait list has grown consistently over the past 5 years. To give you some comparator, in 2013, the wait list was 1/3 of its current size. It had 263 households on the list. 44% of renter households cannot afford average rents, and average rents continue to increase above inflation. There was a 17% growth between 2010 and 2018, and there's a stronger escalation in recent years of 10% between 2015 to 2018. Next slide. A vital component in the review of Chatham-Kent's housing and homelessness community plan was a meaningful and comprehensive community engagement strategy. As part of this strategy, a broad range of stakeholders were invited through various formats to share their insights, ideas, and experiences on the strengths, challenges, and gaps in housing and homelessness across Chatham-Kent, and to help us determine future planning priorities. What we heard, some of the key issues, we can lump into key themes. We need increased affordable housing supply. We need to address emergency housing service gaps and ensure sufficient supports for people with mental health and addiction issues. We must improve emergency responses for people experiencing housing crisis, and we need increased coordination among existing community service agencies. We also need to improve awareness of existing supports and services and ease system navigation for users. Next slide. Feedback from community consultation heavily favored simplifying the vision for our housing and homelessness plan to the vision of every community member in Chatham-Kent has an affordable, suitable, and adequate home. The plan is based on 5 key strategies with clearly defined targets and measurable outcomes. Strategy number 1 is affordable rental and ownership housing that meets need and demand. Some of the key targets and measurables included in outcome number 1 is to increase the number of private sector affordable rental housing units being developed. 25% of new housing units should be affordable. 60 new nonprofit, co-op, or municipal affordable rental housing units be created, and in addition of 300 portable housing benefits to increase housing stability for priority populations. Strategy number 2 is to increase housing stability for residents. Some of these targets include 100% of those experiencing homelessness be engaged with and provided a referral to CK Cares within 30 days of becoming homeless, and to increase tenant relation services within municipally owned public housing, as well as provide nonprofit social housing to increase housing stability. Strategy number 3 is to end chronic homelessness. Service providers through CK Cares, the Coordinated Access System framework, will continue to coordinate and implement solutions to end chronic homelessness. We need to improve diversion from emergency housing, including a 50% reduction of discharges into homelessness when leaving institutions such as child protection, jail, hospital, and treatment facilities. Establish and increase supportive housing partnerships and provision within the healthcare sector to effectively house people with addiction and mental health issues, and to increase the number of long-term beds that are accessible to people experiencing homelessness and make improvements in assessment and referral pathways into long-term care. Strategy number 4 is to increase appropriate housing and supports for priority population. This includes increasing housing affordability assistance to 300 high acuity households to increase their housing stability, to develop 8 new fixed site supportive housing units for priority populations, to initiate discussions with Indigenous communities about developing affordable housing and expanding supports to Indigenous homeless individuals, and to continue to reduce returns to homelessness. Strategy number 5 is to increase community awareness and service integration. We want to do this by committing to implementing and maintaining a community awareness and education campaign with faith-based groups, landlords, builders, and other private sector stakeholders. We also need to find more inclusive opportunities for grassroots volunteer organizations. We need to develop a cross-sectorial data collection, reporting, and accountability framework that includes supportive housing and long-term care, justice, health, and child protection organizations. We need to implement sector-wide training to increase staff effectiveness in supporting people with multiple and complex needs, with an emphasis on trauma-informed care, cultural safety, recovery-oriented approaches, and diversion approaches. Next slide. This community plan is based on evidence and community consultation and is focused on realizing the vision of affordable, adequate, and suitable housing for everyone. Many of the actions identified in the plan require additional staffing, housing subsidies, and/or affordable housing development. Prior municipal, provincial, and/or federal approval and investment will be required before completing these actions. This plan reflects an opportunity to build on the strong foundation that was laid during the first 5 years of the original plan. It does include some ambitious but achievable targets to help the community meet its key housing outcomes. Although Municipal Council is responsible for the development and administration of the plan, the actions in this plan require a community-wide response. Many of the actions require leadership from a variety of stakeholders, including other governments and sectors. There's a need for both investment and collaboration from the health sector in particular, but also community and social services, justice, and child protection. Leadership will be required for actions related to increasing supportive housing, increasing access to long-term care, and improvement in discharge planning from institutions. The private sector also has a key role to play in maintaining and creating new, affordable, accessible housing. Throughout our community consultation in the development of the plan, we heard loud and clear that housing and homelessness is a community issue that requires a community response. Municipal staff, nonprofit service providers, healthcare, and our grassroots organizations need to work together to ensure that all of our residents have a safe place to call home. So thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Councillor Crew and Councillor Kirkwood-White, can you put on the floor, and then we'll go to you for Councillor Crew for questions.
Yes, I'll move the recommendations. And I have a question or comment.
Okay, Councillor Crew, go ahead.
Can you hear me? I keep thinking I shut myself off.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, Chantel, for your report and all the work that your team has done in housing and homelessness in our community. One of the things, do you have comparison between Chatham-Kent and other communities on the gap that you described in affordable housing? Like, are we different? Are we better? Are we worse?
Thank you for your question, Mr. Mayor. We are seeing in a number of our close geographical communities and all across the country the same themes of needing more affordable housing and needing better supports and more supportive housing for people that have complex needs. That's not unique to Chatham-Kent, and that's why Chatham-Kent is a part of the National Collaborative Built for Zero, and we do get a lot of support.
Really, that's great. So since COVID threw a curveball at us, how has that impacted housing and homelessness? That's not reflected in this report, right?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That is not reflected in this report. And as you can imagine, we've spent the last 8 weeks developing an isolation shelter for the safety of those that are in unstable housing or are homeless in our community. We are not, I'm not prepared at this time to talk about what that isolation shelter might mean for Chatham-Kent or how it impacts our plan going forward. We're currently looking at that and doing some assessments.
Okay, and that's fair. I just was looking for, are there more people like losing their jobs and ending up homeless in that respect?
I think that what we've been able to see is the isolation shelter has given us a really clear view of the hidden homeless in our community. And by hidden homeless, I mean people that had not reached out or obtained services from any community partners involved in our coordinated access framework. So that's allowed us to be able to provide individualized supports and get them the help they need and to start housing people. We have not seen a huge increase in numbers of requests for rent bank or housing instability assistance as of yet, but we think that that is probably alleviated right now by some of the COVID measures that the federal government and provincial government have introduced.
Yeah, I agree. I think that once that runs out, that we will see an increase in that. Thank you for your presentation, Chantel, and thank you to your team. And that's all I have. I move the recommendations. Correct, Mr. Mayor?
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kirkwood-White, followed by Councillor Latimer. Maybe I'll go to Councillor Latimer. It appears that Councillor Kirkwood-White is having difficulties.
I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mayor.
I was
Yes,
unmuted.
that's good.
Sorry. May
All
I
right.
speak? May I speak
Yes.
now?
Yes, Councillor Kirkwood-White, and then Councillor Latimer, you're on deck.
Thank you very much. I also want to commend Chantel and Polly and Josh and Shelley and all the folks who had a part to play in this 270-page document that consumed some reading time over the last couple of days. And while Chantel has said that the report contains some very ambitious targets, I think they've done an excellent job in acknowledging the importance of data-driven, outcome-based solutions and best practices, the need for affordable housing with supports, and a real-time, up-to-date by-name list, expanded collaboration across sectors, and shared community leadership and responsibility. It's an excellent report. I would encourage other municipal councillors and others in our community to read it. It will guide the process over the next 5 years. I just have one question, Chantel, with regard to your reference about a local team and wondering about the composition of that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. By local team, we are referencing our CK Cares Coordinated Access Committee. So those are the primary service partners in our community that sit at the table and offer supportive housing and housing supports to people in our community once they become homeless. So right now that consists of Canadian Mental Health, Houses Offer Scene, Employment and Social Services, Salvation Army, and the Women's Center. But we are continually looking at our partners and what other service providers are able to offer and trying to build capacity within our community as we move forward.
Yeah, my question really had to do with the identification of other community partners that have launched programs within the last year, like Rock Missions and Free Help CK, that are also serving some of the same folks, and wondering whether you would be open to including some of the representatives of those groups on your local team.
We are currently working with a lot of those, with all of those community agencies that you did mention. Currently, the CK Cares table is built around service providers that provide subsidized housing with support, so intensive case management supports that can help people live independently with significant barriers.
Mm-hmm.
People that can offer rent supplements, portable housing benefits.
Okay.
But as things progress, we are going to be looking at continually expanding as community capacity grows, especially among those agencies.
Thank you, Chantel.
Councillor Latimer?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff, and thank you to Chantel. I would like to echo Councillor Kirkwood-White in the in-depth and detailed report and diligence and ambitious necessary action plan. I had a question on whether or not you are working with the Age-Friendly Committee, who were recently provided with an updated report recommending investigation or expansion of current informal home share programs, or looking at home share programs already operating in neighboring municipalities as a possibility to make some more immediate impact on that centralized wait list that you were talking about in this 270-page report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for your question. We currently we have consulted with the Age-Friendly Committee during the development and consultation of this plan, and we have consulted with the Age-Friendly Committee as well on their plan. So we're certainly open to new ideas and new programs moving forward. Any options that can help us get people housed and keep people housed, absolutely.
Well, I think it's particularly pertinent to especially those individuals or single moms with 1 or 2 children, and looking at our seniors who are struggling or paying more than 30 to 50% of their income to maintain their home. That this might be a solution, and there's some very successful programs in our neighboring communities who do just that. It could make I think a definite impact on those numbers that this report is telling us. The other thing I wondered if what your more immediate plans were with regard to community awareness and service integration, particularly about educating landlords, builders, business community, and all our residents really on the importance of that Yes in My Backyard campaign. I think if we're going to we can make some immediate strides in that area if we put some effort in that area right now, because lack of education about what acute services versus moderate services versus harm reduction services, etc. You know where I'm getting at. That increases interest and relieves anxiety. And I think there's a lot of anxiety surrounding this in our community right now, particularly, and it has to do with COVID. right? And our increased number of, as you say, those individuals who we weren't really acknowledging, the ones that were couch surfing and then were no longer couch surf and now are part of our homeless numbers. So I wonder, is there any immediate plan to address this issue?
Our immediate plan within the next 6 to 8 weeks is to start the education campaign and to get and to include all of our community partners and our grassroots volunteer-based community, faith-based community, and our CK Cares service partners in education for harm reduction and housing best practices and housing and homelessness moving forward, and trauma-based interventions. So education is primary right now in our plan moving forward.
Thank you, Chantel. One last question. I noticed, like, throughout your report, you were talking about over the next 3 years, increased staffing. And you also noted that through your paralegal home stability worker, it's been a wonderful program that's had a major impact on keeping people housed. And I'm wondering if the positions such as, your tenant relations case manager, community relations worker, and all the additional case management workers that you see number being increased over the next 3 years, if these positions could be treated like we currently do with the paralegal home stability worker program. So maybe our funds are there, but the program is not so much, well, I guess administrated through a service agency that may be doing it now, but we certainly would track and monitor as a provider of the program as far as finance.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We are certainly open to partnerships and collaborations with any service partner in our community that can provide the services that our Chatham-Kent, our housing and homelessness plan is recommending, and new best practices as we move forward. Right now, because of COVID, we are looking at how our business and our homelessness service framework has changed and what that change means. And we're looking at all of our positions and making sure that they are effective and that they're still relevant. And we're pretty much doing an internal review of how we can best deliver services moving forward.
Thank you, Chantel. And again, thank you for all your work and your team's work. People in Chatham-Kent, I'm glad you mentioned that you are renowned nationwide for being ahead of the game and being a leader in management of homeless and getting people housed. So congratulations and keep the great work.
Thanks. Seeing no other questions, we'll put it to vote.
All votes are in. Motion passes. 12B, results of expiry of operating agreement analysis by Housing Services Corporation, expiry of operating agreements, end of mortgages, and end of Ontario Housing Corporation public housing debentures, end of federal funding. Presentation by Shelley Wilkins, Director of Housing Services.
Evening. Thank you, Mayor Kenneth. I just want to confirm you can see my screen.
We can see your screen and we can hear you, Shelley. Thank you.
Great. Wonderful. Thank you. Tonight, the presentation of the expiry of operating agreement, EOA, and mortgage end date outcome. With council approval, Housing Services Corporation, or HSC, was hired to complete an EOA analysis to look at the impact of diminishing federal funding of social housing as projects reach the end of their operating agreement, that's EOA, end of mortgage, EOM, or end of debenture, EOD, all of which over time has become simply referred to as EOA for social housing. The purpose of the report is to inform council of the upcoming issues facing social housing and Chatham-Kent housing providers with EOA and loss of federal funding. Also, the outcomes of the municipal corporate funding, which is the enhanced life cycle funding on social housing portfolio in planning for end of operating agreements, mortgages, and debenture. HSC finished its report in 2019, and it is at Appendix 1 of my report to council before you tonight. For their report, HSC completed a two-part analysis. First is a viability analysis that assessed current and future operating and capital viability for both our municipally owned public housing stock and the private nonprofit housing stock. Second was analysis of the impacts of municipal strategic directives that impact capital reserves. And the first of that one was the municipal enhanced life cycle contributions. And two was the surplus sharing that requires private nonprofits to put any of the service manager surplus share into their capital reserve fund if and when we allowed them to keep it. These analyses were done for 4 different times. The current year, which was 2018 data, the projected at EOA or EOM or EOD, whichever was applicable for each particular project. The third was at EOA plus 1 year, and the fourth was at EOA plus 5 years. Hence, altogether, 6 different scenarios were assessed. Chatham-Kent funds 14 social housing providers, one of which is its owned public housing. The other 13 include 11 private nonprofits and 2 private nonprofit cooperatives. The list of social housing providers funded are included in Table 1 of my report starting on page 3, along with their program type and their EOA dates. The final EOA dates range from 2021 to 2032. As the sole owner and operator of public housing for Chatham-Kent, the municipality has ongoing legal responsibility for maintaining its units, which are included in the provincially prescribed service level standard for Chatham-Kent. And as you can see on the slide, we have 691 units. 679 of those are still under OHC debenture. 98% of our units are targeted for RGI and 2% are targeted for market. The debenture amount that was paid from 2017 to 2019 was $673,261 per year. The Ontario Housing Corporation, or OHC, issued debentures to fund the construction of or the acquisition of public housing projects. As debentures become fully amortized, the federal funding attached to the project for which the debenture was issued ends. The yellow line on this chart shows the payments, which the province withholds from our federal subsidy payment, while the bars on the graph reflect our federal funding for public housing. As you can see, our debenture costs slightly exceed our federal funding for public housing. So the end of debenture is a good thing for Chatham-Kent. However, Chatham-Kent has ongoing funding responsibility for both maintenance and operations, and also capital for public housing. Altogether, the 13 private nonprofit co-ops funded by Chatham-Kent have 774 social housing units, which are subject to the Housing Services Act provisions. With the exception of one 12-unit project, all are either provincial reform projects under the Housing Services Act or by conversion agreement with the municipality under its predecessor legislation, the Social Housing Reform Act. The Housing Services Act 2011 prescribes the benchmark funding formula to be used to determine funding. These groups are also included in our prescribed service level standards for social housing. In 2018, the private nonprofit spent $8.3 million in annual operating expenses. Chatham-Kent subsidized $4.5 million of those costs, with $1.4 million in federal funding coming to Chatham-Kent for them. For private nonprofit groups, Canada Mortgage Housing Corporation, or CMHC, or the Provincial Housing Ministry of the day backed construction mortgages converted into takeout mortgages upon construction completion. As mortgages become fully amortized, the federal funding attached to the project ends. Federal funding for the provincial reform projects begins to decline in 2022 and goes to less than 1,000 by 2029 and reaches zero in 2032. Nevertheless, their RGI targets are part of our service level standard. Chatham-Kent is obligated to continue to fund these groups beyond their end of mortgage. The exact nature of the relationship is still not known at this time, as Bill 184, which passed second reading by the legislature, has now been sent to the Social Policy Committee. Once passed into legislation, it will set out the rules for a housing provider to become a new Part 7.1 housing project. I believe the second meeting of the Social Policy Committee on Bill 184 was earlier today. Currently, the provincial reform benchmarked funding formula includes flow-through, that is 100% funding for municipal property taxes and an annual capital reserve fund contribution. It also includes index funding for specific operating costs, less indexed rent revenues, plus mortgage costs. Lastly, it includes RGI subsidy for rents capped at benchmark levels. So while elimination of mortgage costs will save Chatham-Kent some expense, it will not eliminate the need to continue to fund private nonprofit operations if these groups are to remain viable. Chatham-Kent has 3 housing providers that were former unilateral federal projects under Section 95 of the National Housing Act: Chatham Evangel Villa, Chatham Christian Seniors, and Wallsburg Kinsman Court. Christian Seniors, although it has a single building of 67 units, was built in 3 separate phases. The first 2 as Section 95 projects, and the last phase as a provincial reform. All of these housing provider projects have been converted to provincial reform with council approval under the Social Housing Reform Act. Federal funding for these former Section 95 projects goes to $0 in 2022. The Director of Housing Services will want to review Bill 184 and consider options for these private nonprofits for either transferring them to Part 7.1 of the amended HSA or negotiating an exit agreement. So the key issues that we looked at: will the EOA have an impact on the number of affordable housing units available in the municipality of Chatham-Kent? Council will recall that I reported previously at your December 9th, 2019 meeting that we have not been meeting our rent geared to income, RGI service level standard, and outlined an action plan aimed at getting us to where we are meeting or exceeding our targets. In my opinion, we do need to keep supporting our private nonprofit and private nonprofit cooperative housing providers to do that. The other issues that we looked at: will projects in the public housing and private nonprofit housing be operationally viable post-EOA? Will the projects generate sufficient rental revenues to cover their expenses? Do the projects have sufficient capital reserves planned, contributions to maintain the assets well and replace capital items as they wear out? This chart shows that CK still has 679 public housing units included in OHC debentures, and the number of units that will be paid out by year, with the last one being in 2027. As previously stated, these units remain a part of our service level standard and must be kept or replaced if sold. For example, as we did in Ridgetown when we sold 11 Cecil and replaced it with a new build at 9 Cecil. It is important to note too that while the federal funding decrease is offset by the funding holdback by the province for the debenture costs, Chatham-Kent will be incurring rising costs as it manages ongoing maintenance and capital costs to maintain very dated housing stock, much of which does not meet current accessibility standards and increasingly demanding efficiency standards. Similarly, this graph shows the number of private nonprofit rental units that will reach end of mortgage by year, starting in 2021 and reaching zero by 2032. Together, they are supplying 774 affordable units to the community, whether as RGI units or at market rent. However, Chatham-Kent may risk losing this supply if the private nonprofits do not have sufficient net operating income or capital reserve funds to keep them financially viable. These units are included in the municipality's service level standard. So after doing the first part of the analysis, Housing Services Corp summarized their findings for both municipal public housing, which are the green bars on this chart, and private nonprofits, which are the blue bars, across the four timelines: 2018, the EOA year, EOA +1, and EOA +5, based on project averages. You can see that both municipal public housing and the private nonprofits will not be operationally viable without ongoing operating subsidy. This should not be a surprise, given that mortgages and debentures being paid out were already being covered by municipal funding, and the funding required to support these housing providers far exceeds their debt funding for debentures and mortgages. The conclusion is that the ongoing operating subsidy is and will be necessary, per recommendation number 3 of my report. This slide on the private nonprofit net operating income stresses the fact that even if the municipality decided to discontinue its enhanced life cycle funding of private nonprofits and or its service manager surplus sharing policy, there is a need for ongoing operating subsidy to keep the private nonprofit housing groups in CK financially viable. Using the financial viability assessment matrix found at table 3 of my report to council on page 7, which was taken from figure 3 on page 18 of the HSC report, we then looked to the various scenarios for capital funding that achieved the best outcomes. Rating number 1, meaning a pass on both operating and capital financial viability tests, or rating number 3, meaning a fail on operating but a pass on capital financial viability tests. When combined scenarios are considered together, on average, there is a need for ongoing enhanced life cycle funding for all groups, which would be a rating of 2, meaning a pass on operating but fails capital, or a rating of 4, meaning a fail on both operating and capital, with the exception of private nonprofits for 2018, wherein they already received the enhanced life cycle funding from Chatham-Kent. On the other hand, if we were to continue on the present course, we would be providing the private nonprofits with more capital funding than they needed, at least collectively on average, and not enough for our owned public housing. Hence, instead, I am recommending that we increase corporate life cycle funding for public housing using the variety of measures outlined in my report, and decrease or discontinue the enhanced life cycle contributions to the private nonprofits at their EOM and the mortgage dates using scenario number 6, found at table 18, page 37 of the HSC report as a guide, and reallocate the unused corporate life cycle for private nonprofits to the public housing corporate life cycle. These recommendations are covered off in recommendations number 1 and 2 of my report. And as an aside, it is in fact what I have done over the past 2 years when I looked at what the recommended expenditures were, what the level of funding was for the private nonprofits, and the funding would exceed what the recommended expenditures were. So the difference was applied to our public housing for their own life cycle. HSC has provided a slide deck that includes 1 slide for each housing provider in summary. Your new Director of Housing Services plans to share this report, HSC's report, and the private nonprofit slide with each of the boards once he has council decision with respect to the recommendations of the report. So in the essence of time, I will only review the public housing slide. This bar graph depicts the 2018 and projected summary of capital funding for our own public housing. The gray bar shows how bad it would be if the enhanced life cycle or corporate life cycle were to be stopped, while the red bar depicts the situation with the projected needs versus the current projected level of corporate life cycle. If council adopts the recommendations in this report, the life cycle funding for public housing will improve over this projection. This concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to respond to any questions.
Okay, Councillor Hall, can I get you to put that on the floor and seconded by Councillor Foss?
Yes, happy to move, Mayor Kenneth.
Happy to second.
Okay, question, Councillor Kirkwood-White.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. My original question with regard to the explanation of why the number 6 scenario was chosen has been answered. I'm not sure I understand it completely, but it's a little more clear than what it was when I first read it. I was wondering, in terms of approving the recommendations as proposed, if it would be helpful, Shelley, if we made a specific motion that a letter from municipal council be included or tacked on to number 5 with regard to ensuring that the upper levels of government know how important this this ongoing funding is to us.
I think it would certainly be a good thing to do, and I'm sure that whether it's Ray or April, that they would be more than willing to write such a letter.
Okay, all right. And maybe it can be incorporated as part of this motion and just tack it on to number 5. With the blessing of the mover and seconder.
Councillor Kirkwood-White, we can make sure that happens. We don't need to put it in the motion.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Seeing no other questions, we'll put it to vote.
All votes are in. Motion passes.
Well, we're going to catch Shelley before she runs off here. I'm going to pass the over to April for a few words.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. So just for council to know that this is Shelley's last council meeting. She is retiring, and as she indicated, Ray Harper will be taking over as Director of Housing Services for the municipality. But I thought I would just take a minute to bring council some facts about Shelley as her time with us here in the municipality. So Shelley started with us in August 1991 for the County of Kent as a junior accounting clerk in the Treasury Department. In February of 1992, she assumed the accounting clerk computer operator for the County of Kent with the Community and Social Services Department. And then from December 1992 through to December 1997, she was the clerk and administrator for the Township of Camden, and she became the deputy clerk treasurer on January 1st, 1998 in Camden office. In April of 1998, she became the service center manager, or she became the call center supervisor, in 1998, and became the service center manager in January 2001. And then in October, she moved to the director of social housing with the municipality. So she has spent the last 19 years really making sure that Chatham-Kent has been well taken care of in that social housing world, making sure that we have enough social housing, making sure that all of our private nonprofits are serviced and all of our public housing that we call our own. She has been an absolute pleasure to work with. I will miss Shelley immensely, and we are certainly jealous of her as she moves into retirement and this next phase of her life, really. And we wish her all the best. She has given decades of service to this community. And we wanted council to be very aware of that. And a heartfelt thanks from our Community Human Services Division to Shelley, and we certainly wish her well in her retirement. And I'll turn it back to you, Mayor Cannon.
Yes. Shelley, there's a standing ovation going on right now. You realize that?
Yes.
Shelley, thanks so much for everything you've done. It's been a pleasure to work with you. And did you want any final words, Shelley? You want your last words before you're retiring?
I certainly would. Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I appreciate the kind words of April and of yours on behalf of council. I would just want to say thank you to you, Mayor Caniff, and to council and to April. I have enjoyed my years of service, and I wish you all well. And I'm sure you're in good hands between Ray and Chantel going forward. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, 12C, motion by Councillor Harrigan, human, social, and community impacts of COVID-19.
Councillor Harrigan?
Hi, thank you. So it's a long one, so I will just read what is in front of us right now. I, Councillor Harrigan, move that 1, staff at the municipality of Chatham-Kent work with the United Way of Chatham-Kent alongside local partners and stakeholders, engaging community members to identify key recommendations to mitigate the negative human, social, and community impact of COVID-19, and that these recommendations be presented in a report to council. This report may consider elements such as the impact closures and isolation has had on missed healthcare visits, for example, missed childhood immunizations or seniors with multiple chronic diseases, the mental and emotional toll COVID-19 has had on everyone in the community in Chatham-Kent, including ongoing support for individuals, families, and communities as we navigate the future new normal due to COVID-19, the impact of COVID-19 for the homeless and those in precarious housing, helping people be emotionally ready to return to work, school, regular daily activities, and ensuring access to childcare and elder care is needed. And finally, financial stability during the recovery from COVID-19. 2, that the above report consider any gendered, socioeconomic, and racial disparity of the impact of COVID-19 within Chatham-Kent and its recommendations. And 3, that municipal staff, in partnership with the United Way, organize, plan, and schedule a strategic planning session with council to discuss the human impacts of COVID-19. This session will take place before the end of September of this year. This session may be held in tandem with other strategic sessions discussing COVID-19. The results will be reported back to council.
Okay, can I get a seconder on that, Councillor Foss?
Yes, I'll be glad to second that, and I do have a question after Councillor Harrigan does her talk.
All right, Councillor, back to you, Councillor Harrigan.
Great, thank you. I brought this motion forward out of both appreciation for the work already taking place in response to COVID-19 and also for concern for the general well-being of those in our community, in particular, those who may not have a strong voice or platform of which to speak. And I think we heard from our deputations today, certainly there has been a very strong and significant response as a community to COVID-19. And I specifically want to thank Dr. Colby and Mayor Caniff for speaking with the United Way and for the United Way for taking on a leadership role in the collaboration to help understand the impact of COVID-19 in Chatham-Kent. And by the sounds of the deputation that Mr. Pratt provided tonight, and Mr. Mock, the United Way and the Prosperity Roundtable certainly shared with us that there is a lot happening and a lot going on in response to the work that's being done. And I commend them for their work. I commend all community organizations, individuals, and volunteers for the work that they're doing to help our community and those who are less fortunate to get through the challenges of COVID-19. But that said, COVID-19 isn't over yet. And despite all of the work that we have done to date, we can anticipate that there's more to come. A good example is the miracle that took place in Chatham-Kent on May 16th, which was fabulous and is now spreading into other communities, is a great demonstration of the effort that our community is able to put forward to mitigate the human, social, and community impacts of COVID-19. On the flip side of that, we can anticipate locally that food consumption or need within our food banks is going to double as a result of COVID-19. We also know that there are some not-for-profit groups or organizations who have not yet opened that are at risk in terms of operating at a time when they need them most. And as one of our deputations said, no one should be left behind in Chatham-Kent. My ultimate goal for introducing this motion was really to replicate the excellent work that we've seen from the Economic Recovery Task Force with a different lens or a focus, one that really looks at community and social impacts of COVID and the well-being of individuals. Our communities have shifted in the way that we operate, and we all do need to adjust to a new normal. I'm sure all of us looking at our screens right now can think of either a very funny or maybe painful memory of something that we have had to do as a result of COVID-19. And for me, the question is what is our role as a council? And what is CK's role as a municipality? How are we going to help to support the recovery efforts in our communities? From the Economic Recovery Task Force, we saw not only opportunities to support businesses where they needed it most, but also some really excellent recommendations for the municipality in terms of how they could operate better to provide better services to its community members. And I expect that the collaboration that's already taken place within the community and the future collaboration that's yet to come will also provide some excellent recommendations. There's also a nod towards who the experts are in the recommendations or the motion that's put forward. In this case, the expert is not just somebody who works or is taking a leadership role in a not-for-profit organization or social organization in the community, but also those who are living through COVID, which really the number one criteria for expert means community member. I really hope to see some engagement with local community members, with parents and grandparents and the elderly and young people, people who are nervous about their kids going back to school, people who are nervous about returning to work, people who are struggling because they don't have a job to return to, and all of the ones in between, to really understand what it is that Chatham-Kent is facing as a community and what recommendations we can consider as a council to support in order to help our community not just survive, but thrive as a result of this. So we've seen the successes of what these sorts of collaborations can do in other sectors. And I'm really looking forward to your support tonight. And as a council, we can see what the outcome of such continued collaboration would be in a report to council, and we can move forward with having a more deeper conversation to understand what next steps look like. So thank you.
Councillor Foss.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just want council to know that the Chatham-Kent Board of Health unanimously supported Councillor Harrigan's notice of motion. So I thank her for bringing the motion forward, and I think that it's going to have a lot of support throughout the community. So thanks.
Seeing no other questions, we'll put it to vote.
One more. All votes are in. Motion passes.
Item
We now-
14, corporate services.
Thank you. 14A, motion of Councillor Oche regarding chickens in urban areas.
Councillor Oche.
Thank you, Your Worship. I, Mark Oche, I'm bringing forward that administration bring back a report to council along with draft corresponding amendments to the zoning bylaw, responsible animal ownership bylaw that may permit up to 4 chickens per single family dwellings only in urban and rural residential areas. Included in the draft bylaw, changes will be regulations regarding the keeping of the hens in coops, no roosters being allowed, and that apartment buildings and multiplex homes are excluded. Thank you.
Can I get a seconder for that? Councillor B. McGregor.
Happy to second.
Okay, Councillor Oche.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have received numerous emails to bring this forward, so I had intentions of bringing it forward a couple of meetings ago, and thought, well, you know what, I need to do some study, some background checking on this, and I checked with a few different farmers that raise chickens, asked them what the smell would be like for 6 chickens in a backyard, and all of them said there'd be no smell at all. But what I've done is I've dropped it down to 4 because we are doing a similar program to Kitchener-Waterloo, which has 4. And as I did some more background checking, most of them are only 4 chickens per household. I've received numerous emails, and I'm not going to lie, there was a few against, but actually there was more 4. And just before this meeting, happened to be on Facebook, and I noticed that there's actual petition, someone wanting to bring it to council to do exactly what I'm doing tonight, with over 2,000 signatures on the petition. So I'm not going to have chickens, but I was asked to bring it forward, so I certainly am doing that. And I think this is great because with COVID, there's many people that are not trusting the food as much as they used to. All the different recalls on different things, so people are liking to raise their own. So that's why I brought this forward. Thank you.
Councillor B. McGregor, followed by Councillor Foss.
Thank you. Yeah, I think this is a pretty straightforward motion that's really asking for some information back, and I think that's important to keep in mind. I definitely heard from some of the same residents that Councillor Oche heard from that have been interested for quite some time in bringing this forward. And I think we've seen it done successfully in other communities. So there's certainly no doubt in my mind that in such an agriculturally minded community like ours that we're going to be successful with this. And I think it has become more relevant right now with restrictions around COVID and people spending more time at home, in their backyards, likely seen an increase in gardening and moves towards sustainability. And I think it's the right step forward. I expect there could be a few challenges, but that's expected whenever you change something. And I think this is certainly worthwhile, and look forward to supporting this motion and to seeing it implemented when we get a report back.
Councillor Foss, followed by Councillor Sakachi.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is not the first time that this motion has been presented. Back in June 13th, 2013, a motion was passed that we do not allow laying hens in urban areas. Back then, the bylaw enforcement officers received many inquiries and complaints regarding keeping wildlife in urban areas. The issue received much media attention, and most comments were that the municipality is urged the municipality not to improve such bylaw, citing smell, noise, and increased presence of rodents. For a resident living in urban areas, they don't have to drive very far to find fresh commodities grown and raised in the rural areas. Back in the day that the vote was taken, the motion to not allow laying hens in the the motion not to allow laying hens in urban areas was passed by 17-1. I feel we're going back to encountering the same issues if this motion goes through. I just can't support the motion, so thank you.
Councillor Sakachi, followed by Councillor Crew.
Thank you, Mayor Karen. If I just Councillor McGregor already kind of touched on my points regarding this. This is just a report back to council. Just so I'm understanding this correctly, is that this report would come back for us to look at the specifics and the correspondence that what the bylaws would basically be amended to, and then we would have a decision to actually go into a detailed conversation regarding the keeping of hens. Is that correct? For clarifications, Councillor Oche?
Yes, that is correct.
Perfect. And I just wanted to kind of echo Councillor Oche's. I'm myself, if not in favor of this, but I will be supporting this because that's what my constituents have asked me to do. I've had overwhelming support for this particular motion. So doing my duties, what I'm here for, I'll be supporting this based on the feedback I've heard from my constituents.
Councillor Crew, followed by Councillor Solomon.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I was the councillor of the day that brought that motion to get a report back about keeping egg-laying hens in rural urban areas. And my recollection, Councillor Foss, was that it was accepted only for information, because I knew once we got the report, there wasn't the political will to move it forward. So I just accepted it, had it moved for information. The difference this time, I didn't have a lot of community people asking for this in particular at that time, and there was more against. So I was fine with just getting the information. But this time, there's a lot of people who just want to know what they're eating, where it's coming from, want to take chickens and learn, and have a learning experience with their families. I come from a family that raised chickens, and they weren't very loud at all, and or messy. The roosters, they're another story. So definitely don't want roosters. One thing I would ask in this report, and I don't think we need to change anything, is that we get setbacks for the chicken coops, so that they're not right on top of. They're in areas that have a lot of room around them. But I'm going to support this because I like the support from the community is outstanding. I've received one email in particular that wasn't supportive, and I'm pretty sure she was the same person that sent me a message before, but I will support this. It wasn't about the cost or financial savings of growing your own chickens and eggs. It was people just wanted to realize or know that they had sustainable food and that they knew where it was coming from. So I think that the amount of communities around us that are doing this, they can't all be wrong. Thank you. That's my comments.
Councillor Solomon, followed by Councillor Latimer.
Councillor Solomon, we can't hear you. Councillor Solomon?
Oh,
There you go.
on?
Yes, you are.
Okay, so I've been very quiet. Apparently I was very quiet right then when I was muted, but been very quiet tonight, but this is a topic that I'm not going to be quiet on. I have quite the opposite reaction from the many constituents I've talked to. Let me start with that petition, and then I'm going to give you the research that I've done. If you look at the petition you got, you'll see very few people from Chatham-Kent on that petition. They come from all over the world, but they're not from Chatham-Kent. Quite a petition. Kitchener-Waterloo passed a bylaw. They've already had lawsuits on it. But then I made an inquiry, and I found out from a close friend who has contacts in Kitchener, 2 doctors, and one of their neighbors, a couple houses over, had these hens. And hens attract rodents. And what happened was their house was entirely infested. They had to bring in, not the people with the chickens, the neighbors. And that's really what the problem is here. They found a rat's nest in their house, and that is not uncommon at all. University of Utah did a study because the Americans were doing this in some of the states like Oregon, which is a Western state that is very back to earth type. And so here's what the University of Utah study found, that there is a link between an explosion in the rat population in Eugene, Oregon, and the backyard chicken ranching. Fortunately, they say, although diseases such as bubonic plague, hantavirus, leptospirosis, and rat bite fever all come from rats, they haven't yet seen an explosion in that, but they're concerned about that. Utah State University wildlife specialist, Mr. Mesmer, says humans can get these diseases if they're bitten by or infected by a rat, or they inhale or ingest microorganisms from the rat's feces or urine. So it's not about the smell of 4 chicken droppings. It's about the rat populations that come with it. And they don't necessarily live. So one of the answers I'm going to get back is, well, if you have a proper chicken coop, then you won't have these problems. The study goes on to say that the chicken wire is not effective. You won't see the rats during the day because they are nocturnal. And they actually, most of the time, they're just after the eggs, but they will attack juvenile birds. And then they haul them back to their own burrows. What it also says is they can live, rats are great burrows, it says, burrowers. And they can enter a coop from below or from their own burrow, hundreds of feet away. So what the study comes down to, it says, don't create conditions that attract rodents and raccoons or skunks. And that also is all brought on by chickens in the backyard. They say it's not the same as having a dog. There's no equivalency there. Dogs can come indoors, most of them. You don't bring your chickens in. And this is a real problem in an urban setting. I've been told so many times in the last 20 years that we're in a rural, Chatham-Kent is basically a rural area. There are lots of areas around here where if you want to have a house that is in a rural area and you want to raise chickens, there's great opportunities for that. But it's not in an urban area, because it's not what that person who wants to have their children count eggs. It's not about that. It's about all their neighbors. And that's why we looked at it last time and wondered. We didn't, at that time, there weren't as many communities who had passed ordinances or bylaws allowing for backyard chickens, but now there have been, and now there's studies. And so I guess if we don't care about the facts and we don't care about the studies, then you can come up with one of these kind of bylaws. I then talked to a real estate broker who said, you know, when we do disclosures, we have to list if there's ever been water in the basement, if somebody's died in the house. He said, if we learn that there's chickens kept in the neighborhood, we're going to have to disclose that too, because they have an adverse impact in an urban area. So I'd urge people to really think about this. Just because some people come to you and say they'd like to have that, we we've got a wonderful rural area that you can raise chickens in, but it isn't appropriate in an urban setting. Now, the other question that you should ask yourself is, how are you going to police this when the time comes? Are we then going to be calling upon Mr. Lucina's office every time he gets a call from an upset neighbor? It's just, it really is a bit illogical when you think about the facts, you think about the study, and you think about the impact on neighbors. And you would think in a time of COVID-19, the last thing you want to do is have rodents, particularly rats who carry diseases, coming into neighborhoods. In fact, as I understand the origin, or at least one of the origins of COVID-19, it is not rats, but perhaps bats, the cousins of rats, the flying cousins. I just think we're really foolish if we do this. We didn't do it back in 2013. Councillor Foss is quite right. And since then, we even have more facts that would say not to do it. Now, this isn't just bringing back a report, by the way, either, councillors. It is telling the administration to bring back a report along with draft corresponding bylaw amendments that permit up to 4 chickens per single-family dwellings. So we're going to engage our staff who are busy enough dealing with COVID-19 and a massive financial problems, housing issues, and we're going to have them bring back bylaws on chickens in urban neighborhoods. Just doesn't make sense, and I urge you to not to make this mistake.
Councillor Latimer, followed by Councillor Finn.
Thank you, Mayor Kenneth. I too historically have been very leery to walk down this path. However, I have also been overwhelmed with people asking me to support this motion. And I really only have received 3 negative, or 3 people who were concerned with it. I also have to say, with regard to Councillor Solomon's remarks, I've actually just checked with my KW. I have a couple of councillors that are friends of mine, and there is one current lawsuit with regard to a rat problem that is perceived as being a part of the backyard coop impact. But when I checked with my councillors in KW and also friends, councillors who were in the Niagara region and up in the northern areas and outside of Toronto, the anticipated adverse or negative impacts really have not been realized or were minimized with regard to the advantage of allowing this to occur. So I really see no reason for us not to support administration, at least bringing back a report. I do expect to see, like Councillor Crew, information with regard to setbacks and how to mitigate rodent issues, but I will be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Councillor Finn, followed by Councillor Thompson.
Councillor Finn, are you there?
Hold on there. Am I on
There
now?
we go. Yes, you are.
Sorry about that. Councillor Stallman had already stated a lot of my comments. I have received a bunch of negative statements with regards to allowing this. Mostly though, mine has been the reasoning people have stated they want to know where their food's coming from. These are eggs. We live in an urban rural area. There are many egg farmers around that if they'd like to go see, farmers are more than happy to give children an education on chickens and the processing of eggs. But where do we draw the line? Somebody wants to know where their beef comes. Are we going to allow somebody to have a small cow? No, because you're in a city. That I can't support this at all. So I know I'm not going to win some votes on that, but I've had more negative than I have positive.
Councillor Thompson, followed by Councillor Harrigan.
Thank you very much. Councillor Solomon made a number of my comments, and I have to say I do tend to agree that where we live very much is very much decides what we want to do and how we can live, and we have to make decisions based upon the lifestyle we want. To be honest, I'm less concerned actually about the animals, and I'm more concerned about the people, because we know that bylaws can be weaponized. I think we've all seen that, property standards specifically. Without giving away names, there are a number of neighbors in my community out here in Cedar Springs that have chickens. We all sit on about a half acre. Truth be told, they're really good owners. We're really good neighbors, and everybody gets along. But we all know that that's not going to happen. We know that not all the owners are going to be good owners. We know chickens are going to get loose, which doesn't bother me. But then we know somebody's dog is going to get a hold of a chicken, and then that's going to cause untold problems, unfortunately. I had a lot of loud support, or rather I had a little bit of loud support for this motion from a few corners, and I had a lot of quiet opposition as well. And I don't want to pass the buck on this one, but I don't really think it's something we want to dabble in, because I've already had people ask me, well, how about rabbits? And you'll remember the most adorable problem ever out in Ridgetown. Those rabbits are still existing because someone had some rabbits in the backyard. And when you have good neighbors, things are okay. But when you have a relationship that breaks down, bylaws will be weaponized, and we'll have to call up Mr. Lucina and all the bylaw officers, and some hapless counselor is going to get involved into the center of it. Unfortunately, we see that all the time with the ATV bylaw. We had a gentleman who had geese on the river in Chatham, and we made sure that he wasn't allowed to have geese, even though they were wild ones. So goats is another one. Pigs is another one. I think, unfortunately, sometimes you have to make concessions on where you live. I live out here in the country. I don't have streetlights. That's because I live in the country. You live in the city, you don't have chickens. I think that's probably the extent of it. I do worry also that I know Tecumseh and other areas are running pilot programs, but again, going back to the rabbits in Ridgetown, if we decide we're going to run a pilot project for, say, a year, and then decide it's not worth it, I don't know what those people would do with all of those animals. So I don't really like the idea of little dinosaur descendants running around in Blenheim in small yards, or in Chatham in small yards. Not because I don't think it could be handled. In fact, I think it very much could be handled, but I think there's going to be some bad players and some bad owners, and I don't want to get involved in any of that, unfortunately. So much like Councillor Finn said, I heard the support. I think this is going to be a close vote, but I think it's going to be one that passes. But at this point, I can't support it. Thank you.
Councillor Harrigan, followed by Councillor C. McGregor.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I just wanted to comment that I received a lot of positive feedback about this motion and did a bit of research myself. And one of the surprising articles that I came across was from the Toronto Star, which earlier in 2020 has quite the punny article on chickens. And the main point of the article is that halfway through a 4-year pilot project, there has not been nearly the complaints that they anticipated when approving chickens in Toronto. I once lived in Toronto and my backyard was pretty shamefully small. And so I think if there are communities in the GTA that are successfully allowing people to raise a small flock of urban hens, then it is something that we can certainly attempt to do in Chatham-Kent. So I will be very supportive of this, particularly because I also think in Chatham-Kent, we are a community where rural living is very much in our genes. In terms of the number of people that I know or speak to who often say that they live in town, but they are looking to get out into the country. I think there's a certain level of skill and knowledge that exists in Chatham-Kent around what it takes to raise poultry or fowl. And let's face it, some of the backyards in town proper reach the half-acre mark already. So there's certainly space in some people's backyards. And I appreciate it's not for everyone. And I don't foresee, if we have a very strong bylaw with very strict regulations around the size and requirements of the coop, that many people will just simply jump into this and try to put a chicken in a shoebox and call it their pet. I think that those who will participate in raising backyard hens will do so very seriously, as we've seen from those who are in support of it. A question that I do have, which I believe would be through the mayor to Mr. Norton, is around the bylaw. Is it anticipated, and again, this recognizing that this may just be musings at this point, but is it anticipated that a bylaw for enforcement of the requirements around backyard chickens would be similar to other bylaws in Chatham-Kent in terms of its complaint-based driven? So if there's somebody who has an issue with the neighbor that's not following the bylaw that are set forward, they would be able to call the municipality per the terms of the bylaw yet to be drafted, and we would be able to deal with it as such.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. This is John Norton. We have an exotic animal bylaw that is enforced by our animal control officers, and I think the enforcement of that is through Judy Smith. So perhaps she should answer this question, but I was involved in the drafting of that. So I think our plan at this time, if this passes, would be to amend that bylaw to allow hens in urban areas. As for the enforcement, again, maybe Ms. Smith can comment on it. We simply enforce as we know about it. There's no such thing really as complaints-based bylaws, except in the fire department. Every other bylaw is simply an order, and if a bylaw enforcement officer knows about it, they can enforce. So that's how we manage the bylaws, especially in my area.
Sorry, I'm unmuting myself. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, I agree with what Mr. Norton has indicated. It would be the corresponding bylaws that's mentioned in this motion would be the responsible animal ownership bylaw, and we would look at amendments within that, and then it would likely be our animal control officers, PAWR, that we would have to work on discussing how enforcement would relate to that, and you know, depending on the number of complaints, how that may affect their contract.
Okay, thank you. So I'm very supportive of Councillor Roche's motion. I think the parameters that we've set are safe. I am hearing some of the concern that people are bringing forward, but in some cases, I just simply disagree with some of the concerns that were brought forward. Thank you.
Councillor C. McGregor, followed by Councillor Scacchi.
Thank you, and through the mayor. I want to say that I've had a lot of feedback myself on, and positive feedback. I've had a couple of negative, but mostly positive feedback about looking into this. And at this point, this is about bringing a report back to council. And so if we're going to do a report, I would like to know if, number one, 4 chickens per single family is that enough to feed a family or to do what they want with, take care of a single family? Because we all know there's different sizes of family, and also to ensure that what Councillor Crew said about making sure that they bring recommendations or information regarding setbacks, and so that we know that if they are going to be located in urban centers, that the yards or the space are adequate so that they have the proper amount of space to put up a chicken coop and not possibly putting it right against a neighbor's fence with a whatever. But so at this point, I'm in support of this motion, and I would like to get information back. And I think if done properly, could be a very big benefit to many within our community that would like to do that. And the same ones that are, probably gardening or already purchasing from local farmers and eggs and such. So I'm happy to see that this is going to go back to, or if this goes back to administration, that we could be provided with that information and maybe a little more information on the number of chickens per single family, if I could ask to have that included. And also if there has been any studies as to Councillor Solomon's concerns regarding rodents and rats, if there's any information that could be obtained in that area before we make our decision when this comes back to council. Thank you.
Councillor Sakachi.
Thank you, Mayor Canada, for giving me the floor one more time. Councillor Thompson and Councillor Solomon did make some great points, and I was just wanted to see if it was possible with Councillor Oche to make one small amendment, and that basically saying that including in the report costs associated with policing the bylaw amendments, as well as the potential impact to the current contracts. Because I think to make a very diligent decision that we need to see the cost that's going to, is the cost of having this and policing this going to be more detrimental to the tax base if it's going to see an increase in the contract costs, as well as, are we going to have enough, bylaw officers to police that if it's the other way? So I think it's very important that we have a cost aspect of this, if he's okay with that.
I'm fine with that.
Did you need me to say that again, Judy, or are you okay?
Toward there.
We're just going to add, included in the draft bylaw changes, we'll add that you want costs associated with such regulations. Meredith is just getting that up on the screen now.
Okay, thank you. Just to support it, I think as a report, I just want to ensure that we're getting some details coming back, the costs associated to, the municipality as well. Thank you.
Okay, it's up there now. Both the mover and seconder is good with that.
Seconder is good with it.
Mover is as well.
Okay, the last comment, we're starting into duplicates. So Councillor Solomon's the last one, then we'll put it to vote.
Councillor Solomon, we can't hear you.
You may be better off that way. I said, if we're foolish enough to pass this, I will provide whoever you direct in administration, I'll provide them with the copy of the report that I was referring to. But you can find many of these that, this one's called, is there a correlation between backyard chickens and increased rodent populations from the University of Utah? I'll provide that if that's of assistance, if there's going to be a report. With respect to the report, I'd also like administration to comment on two things, and that is, can you geographically, can you come back with a bylaw that sets up geographic areas within the urban residential area? And There must be some neighborhoods that are totally inappropriate. And can you come back and tell us the liability? Because people talk about side yards. That isn't the issue. It's whether the rodents might be 100 feet away and nowhere near there. So I'd like to know the liability issues that we, in passing this kind of thing, bring on ourselves for people who then get rat infested or skunk infested. So I'd like that to be included in the report. Do I have to ask that in a formal way?
No, Councillor Solomon, we've documented that. We'll ensure that gets part of the report if it
And
passes.
some later can send me an email who I should send this University of Utah thing along to. I'd be glad to do that.
You can send
Hopefully
that
it
to
won't
Judy.
pass and I won't have to.
Okay. Well, that's it. We'll put it to vote now. We'll find that out shortly.
All votes are in. Motion is tied, therefore motion fails. On to 16A, Chief Administrative Office, CK Plan 2035, Council Priorities, Actions, and Indicators.
Okay, Councillor or Mr. Shropshire, do you want to make a comment or two before we get into this?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Council, earlier today, I sent an email to Council with a corrected version of the report to Council. It was brought to my attention by Karen Loney that there were two phrases used in the report that were inconsistent with previous reports to Council. In order to try and avoid confusion, we've made an update to the report. The two corrections were, instead of references to the Economic Development Growth Plan, we referred to the CK Growth Strategy, which was approved by Council a few weeks ago. And with respect to Development Community Investment Plan, there was a specific reference to promoting investments in new homes. So those are the two corrections that were made. All of the metrics that the Council was being asked to consider and approve today, none of those have changed. It's just the references to the categories. Thank you, Your Worship.
Okay, Councillor C. McGregor, do you want to put that on the floor, and seconded by Councillor Wright?
I would be happy to, thank you.
I'll second that, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Solomon, followed by Councillor Kirkwood White.
Thank you, Worship. The question I have through you to Mr. Shropshire is, these are the priorities we discussed in the strategic planning meeting quite some time ago, pre-COVID-19. I've listened tonight about, we still seem to be looking to increase some kind of our expenditures rather than decrease them. I'm just wondering, given the fact that, although we didn't have a presentation on it tonight, you will soon, the rest of the council will soon be seeing our financial statements from last year and our projection of next year. Given that the projection is we're going to be down in revenues by a considerable amount, that we're going to get no revenue, next to no, or maybe negative revenues from the Bradley Center, reduced revenues from the casino, and who knows where else we're going to get. Well, we know that we're not going to get all the taxes collected because we defer them, and we know small businesses are in trouble. So are these still, any of these priorities, should they be adjusted as a result of the actual facts that we face on a daily basis under COVID-19? Or should we just go on as if it didn't happen?
Thank you, Your Worship. With respect to the consideration of Council's priorities, that's 100% in the hands of Council. From administration standpoint, we have made a commitment based on council's direction, I believe it was 2 meetings ago, to come back to council with a report on our the financial picture for the municipality, but also to project how that might impact our 2021 budget deliberations. So we're going to try and get back to council well before we actually have the budget consideration. I believe the motion was not later than October, but well before then we will have an update on our situation with respect to COVID and the impact on our budget. Mr. Quinton has delivered a number of updates already. The projection was, between $2 and $5 million as a shortfall for all the reasons that you mentioned a moment ago. I think there's a couple of unanswered variables right now. One is there has been some consideration that the senior levels of government may provide some level of financial support to local governments. We've not heard any firm commitments on that regard, but we're waiting anxiously to hear if that's going to take place. And I think the other major piece is some of the information that the Economic Recovery Task Force has considered, and what are the things that we can do as a community to revitalize our economy and reduce or mitigate some of the negative impacts. So again, that's an unknown variable, but any of council's priorities, the amount that we invest in those year over year, will be directed by council, and that'll be refined as we go through the annual budget process.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Mr. Shropshire. But when I look at it, I say to myself, ought we not wait for Mr. Quinton's report? Because this motion says we approve council's priorities, performance indicators, as set out in Appendix B. The world's changed so radically. I personally would feel a lot more comfortable if I waited till I heard from Mr. Quinton and the rest of administration on the impact of COVID-19. I mean, we heard a very long report, and we passed Melissa's motion on the social side of it, but on a lot of our priorities are based on whatever income or revenue comes in.
Your Worship, if I could try one more time to provide some additional comfort for council. Council's term priorities have already been approved by council. What we're really adding to the table tonight are what are the specific metrics that would be used to inform council as to the progress around those goals. So, to the point that Councillor Solomon was just dealing with in terms of our economic impact, putting some firm measures in place under our growth strategy and measuring whether we're, what the level of our unemployment is, reporting back to council on the number of homes and building starts that are going to be, it will give us some objective measurements as to whether the economy is actually rebounding or whether indeed it's been stalled and we need to reconsider how much we're actually able to invest in future years. So this report is not requiring council to make any additional commitments other than the fact that we're going to be measuring the progress and reporting back to council on a regular basis, so you can make informed decisions as to where we're going to go in the future. Thank you, Your Worship.
Well, Your Worship, first let me apologize for seeing Melissa instead of Councillor Harrigan. But the other is that, yes, we have approved council's term priorities. I was maybe wrongfully assuming that we'd have a report that comes back from administration that says, in light of COVID-19, the world's changed, and you're going to have to rethink some of these priorities. I'll leave it at that. That's my concern about doing this tonight.
Okay, Councillor Kirkwood-White, followed by Councillor Harrigan.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Mr. Shropshire. I too had some comments with regard to language in the report that I think you've already partially addressed. I was just a little bit confused about the term performance indicator as opposed to measurables, and wondered whether you were referring to the same thing. The other is you did say that you're hoping to provide a report, I'm not sure how often, to council on the progress that we're making on some of these performance indicators and measurables. And is there another opportunity to add a couple of columns to these reports to talk about specific targets and a couple of other, you know, real specific indicators about the numbers of things and by whom and by when we hope to achieve some of these?
Yes, there is. In fact, some of that information is already included in some of our business plans for municipality. Some of the specifics that you just referred to, Councillor Kirkwood-White, as examples, we had some recent discussions with respect to the growth strategy, where council actually approved specific targets and moving those forward. So those are in place. This is the first time we've actually had the comprehensive list of all of the measurables or metrics. I think those are interchangeable. The ways that we're going to measure all of council's term priorities. So, but yes, if there's, if council would like to see some additional language or some details regarding targets and so on, that's certainly something we can bring back to council.
Yeah, if you've got it already on another document, if we could combine the two together so that we can see it all at a glance.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Harrigan, I apologize. I should have come to you first as the chair of the 2035 committee. It's getting late, so it took me a little while to fire into that. And you're up, followed by Councillor Sakachi.
Thank you, Mayor Kenneth, and that's okay. I accept all of the apologies that were given to me in the last few minutes. What I did want to say is first that the CK Plan 2035 committee, or I call it CK 2035, has been working very, very diligently. Myself and our co-chair, Joey Seipels, in the community have led a number of discussions about how it is we know we're working towards the goals that we set for ourselves, both in the short term through the council priorities and in the long term through our CK 2035 plan. And I want to thank Don and Amy and Karen for the support that they provided the committee in helping us kind of parse out some of those conversations. At our recent CK 2035 committee, the committee did endorse these performance indicators and had been working quite closely with Don through the senior leadership team and the senior leadership team to understand how they come to be. And I want to point council to Appendix C, which identifies a new indicator or a new way that we're going to be looking at measuring a measurement in light of COVID-19. And that is the concept of resiliency. So in the CK 2035 plan, one of our guiding principles is resiliency. It's considered, you know, one of the characteristics that a community needs to be successful. And we had discussed how COVID-19 provides for us an opportunity to measure our resiliency both today and for future pandemics tomorrow. And there's some documentation capturing the community's discussion. And while I absolutely understand that we might say to ourselves, why in the midst of a pandemic or a crisis would we look at approving measurables for the council priorities? I think in some ways the pandemic makes it more important than ever to understand what those measurables are, because when we were thinking through what our priorities were back at the Bradley Convention Center, coming up on 2 years ago now, or maybe a year and a half, but the whole conversation that we had around setting our priorities was one that we had without even thinking about the pandemic. Well, now we're in this new world and this new normal. And I think it's important for us to measure what it is that we are able to achieve despite the pandemic, and what things, because of the pandemic and things that are outside of our control, we were not able to achieve. And then to understand what those lessons are, what those lessons learned are, kind of all under this theme of resiliency. And so, you know, we can look at some of these council of priorities and very clearly indicate, yeah, that's going to go on the back burner, or that might become, you know, move to the forefront. But I think that's important because it demonstrates how, as a council, you know, we can do our very, very best to prioritize and to plan for what it is that we're going to do. But there are a number of external factors outside of our control that we have to be responsive to as well. And it's that balancing act, as demonstrated even by the last conversation that we had. So, you know, I want to convey to council that the work of the CK Plan 2035 committee that went into the discussions around indicators was very, very robust. And the next conversation, or the conversations that we also had, which will come forward kind of in a future report, is then how do we showcase to the community in a very meaningful and tangible way what it is that we're achieving, or what it is that we're doing to measure our progress. And so I'm really looking forward to where this discussion goes. Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Those are my comments.
Okay, Councillor Sakachi, followed by Councillor McGregor. Keep in mind, we've only got 10 minutes left of our allotted time before we have to ask for an extension.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. All my comments have been stated by Councillor Harrigan. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor C. McGregor.
Thank you, and through the mayor, just a quick question, and I know this recommendation is that we are approving Appendix B, but is part of this plan for the community engagement plan, is this to fold out with B in mind? And if it is, I would like to know who are we targeting in the communities? I know we went at one point, we reached out to the Chamber of Commerce, the BIA, some of those groups. Are we actually going to, or is your group actually going to engage with the local community? And how will you anticipate getting them to the community engagement to get them to participate? Or will you be reaching out to groups that plan events in communities to understand some of these? Like I look at the bullet points of the goals of engagement, like promoting strategic thinking and informing community of current state, empowering communities. How are we going to support them? If we're going to empower them, how will we support them? So I have a number of questions that is with regard to the community engagement plan. And if that is not part of B, then please excuse my confusion with reading the report, but some of the community engagement plan, I find it's difficult, especially that we haven't had full reports and outcome of where we're at after COVID or within COVID and where we will be afterwards. So if somebody could answer those questions, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you, Your Worship. It's Don Shropshire speaking again. A couple of parts to the question. The first part is, I think there's already, both through council and directly at community meetings, there's an opportunity to report back to our community stakeholders, because many of them are already engaged in doing work that moves council's priorities forward. So we've talked in the past about this not being solely the responsibility of the municipal government. There's clearly a number of stakeholders. So, most recently we've had some discussions about our economic recovery plan, and there were a number of stakeholders that were at the table. I mean, when they were thinking about some of the activities that we wanted to do to rebuild the economy or re-stimulate it, some of the things that we talked about as part of our growth strategy that was led by Mr. Norton's group, that clearly was, front and center with some of the thinking, things like our CIP program to help stimulate growth. So I think there's already engagement on specific portfolios. The other piece of the CK Plan 2035 committee that has been discussed is trying to take the council priorities and CK Plan 2035 and moving that into a more local environment where we can actually work with local community groups to have them pilot how they could realize those priorities as part of their own futures. And Councillor Harrigan, I invite her to share some of her additional thoughts, but the plan was that we were going to pilot that activity. As a result of COVID, that's been punted down the road approximately 6 months at least. Well, who knows how fast we can get together, but at least 6 months. The plan was that we were going to do that this spring and summer to try and get out to community groups and try and have that consultation. Just to also be totally transparent, the other thing that was postponed is we did have a plan to have a community-wide satisfaction survey to measure our citizen satisfaction with the delivery of our services in the community as a whole. And given that that was the first time that we were going to have that survey, the recommendation of the committee and administration was to postpone the survey because it's really difficult to consider that we could use that as baseline results given the type of environment we're in right now. We thought it'd be better to focus on some of the resiliency things that Councillor Harrigan spoke to a moment ago, and then come back and do a community-wide survey for satisfaction probably in the winter of 2021. Thank you, Worship.
Thank you, John, for that explanation. So our community stakeholders and community groups, can you give me an idea of who some of those are, say, and let's go with Dresden. I'd say Wallaceburg, but I won't, let's give me one in Dresden and maybe one in Blenheim. Who are our community stakeholders and groups that you're going to be meeting with?
So I'll say right now that today I can't say that the meetings have been set up due to the nature of what we're going through right now with COVID, but the groups that we actually met with when we were going through the plans, there was a cross section from an economic standpoint. Certainly the BIAs and the Chambers of Commerce's were at the table. Business and community leaders, examples would be the Community Leaders Task Force. They were consulted. There are representatives from the Wallaceburg business community there. We also would be looking at groups that represent a cross section. So groups that focus on delivering services to seniors would be another example. So we had, I believe it was about 80 different groups that we considered when we were building the CK Plan 2035, and going back in and talking with our local stakeholders who be part of that exercise. The mayor has also recently reached out to members of council to sit down and try and have meetings with each of the different ward council members to consider where we're at with our current planning strategies and priorities, and to do a check-in to find out where we're at. That would be another opportunity to identify other groups that you'd want to bring to the table to have that type of discussion.
Okay, thank you. And I won't keep going because I know we are getting close to the end of our meeting here. I would just say that when you're searching out some of these groups, that we don't do it totally at a high level of BIAs and Chambers of Commerce, that we actually get into the communities and talk to the people within the communities, because sometimes those groups at a higher level don't always know what's going on the ground and what's going on within a community. So I would ask that you put the extra effort into making sure that you get a good feedback from some of the locals within each of the communities, and not just simply the higher level community groups that we did this once before with. Thank you.
Thank you. Noted. Thank you very much.
All right, we'll put this to vote.
Judy, it's not letting me select yes, but my vote is yes.
Okay, thank you. All votes are in. Motion passes.
Okay, we have 2 minutes left. Two choices. One, we get an extension, or two, we go on and we defer 18, 19, and 20. So if I have someone to put a motion to extend for 10 minutes, I have Councillor Solomon, followed by Councillor Crew.
I can move that.
I'm first.
Okay, I'll go second then.
So Councillor Solomon.
No, I move that we defer those items.
Okay, do I have a second on deferring those?
I'll second
Councillor
it.
Finn.
Second it.
Okay, Councillor Finn, anyone opposed to deferring? Hearing none. Okay, Councillor Oche. Anyone else? Okay, then we will move into the notice of motion.
Councillor Crew, we have one notice of motion. Please proceed.
Thank you, Judy. I, Councillor Marjorie Crew, hereby provide notice that I will bring forward the following motion at the July 20th, 2020 council meeting for discussion and voting. That Chatham-Kent Council acknowledges and supports the following motion M-36, Emancipation Day, the 43rd Parliament, first session, that reads the following: that the House recognize that A, the British Parliament abolished slavery in the British Empire as of August 1st, 1834. B, that slavery existed in British North America prior to its abolition in 1834. That C, abolitionists and others who struggled against slavery, including those who arrived in Upper and Lower Canada by the Underground Railroad, have historically celebrated August 1st as Emancipation Day. D, that the Government of Canada announced on January 30th, 2018, that it would officially recognize the United Nations International Decade for the People of African Descent to highlight the importance of contributions that people of African descent have made to Canadian society, and to provide a platform for conforming anti-Black racism, and that E, the heritage of Canada's people of African descent and the contributions that they have made and continue to make in Canada, and that in the opinion of the House, the government should designate August 1st of every year as Emancipation Day in Canada. And that support for this motion is sent to our Member of Parliament, all House representatives, and heads of council.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, good, done.
Okay, we'll move to item 21, reading the bylaw. Councillor Solomon and Councillor Pinsino.
I second. So moved, yeah.
All right, anyone opposed? Carried. Third and final reading, Councillor Foss, Councillor Bondi.
I so moved.
And I second.
Anyone opposed? Carried. Item 22, resolution council.
Thank you. I move that Chatham-Kent Council adjourn to its next meeting to be held on Monday, July 20th, 2020, and that Chatham-Kent Council authorize itself to meet in closed session on that day to discuss any matters permitted by the Municipal Act.
Seconded by Councillor Wright.
Thank you.
Okay, anyone opposed? Meeting's adjourned. Thanks, everyone.